Yeah. You think that waffle work or what? Hmm.
Yo, what up?
What are you saying?
What's up, bro?
What are you up to?
Just living life. You're at Target. You're
Celebrity.
gonna get confused for a worker again,
Well,
dude.
they got the worker part right. They just got the
You
industry
got the
wrong.
wrong industry exactly. We're all workers.
Hmm.
Where?
That's like,
What are you up to?
um, just kind of doing. Hold on. The bunch of video editing for the e-learning, um, polishing off a book, showing folks how to use AI, coding all at once. You know how it is.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're doing.
Hmm.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's all of it at the same time. Well, because I had like a CFO and he was like, "Yo, I want to get my hands on some of this AI." I'm like, "All right, well, if you're using a spreadsheet to do all your stuff, then let's plug that shit in, and it's game over." So he's gonna call me back when he's done.
Nice, good stuff.
You now have more followers than years.
What?
You have more followers than years.
What do you mean,
Like you're like at like 2050 now,
dude? It's crazy, bro.
and there's like hundreds of comments on these posts.
Dude, they just keep going.
Hmm.
Like, and every post that I keep posting, people they just like it. They just like it. That's what it is.
Oh, so they're just conditioned to like it now.
They're just conditioned to like it now.
What's What's funny is that like those pinned posts, I think they jumped by 10,000 views.
No, I don't think they didn't. They didn't. They were there. They jumped by like 1,000.
They're getting really popular. Those first three posts.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch them out in a minute.
Hmm.
I'm gonna rotate them out. Like
Yeah,
probably
that's a
every
good
week.
idea.
Every week I'm gonna look at them and rotate them out to put different
Right.
ones. Because I have posts that are like posts that I'm just like, okay, then this is pretty good. So then I have posts that are I mean I have posts that are doing pretty well for what they are. So I'm gonna try and keep like technical stuff up there. I'm not gonna put the dancing ones on there. The dancing ones are the best, bro. I love doing those because I'm like pretty much like giving a middle finger to all the fucking dudes that look like hillbillies. Dude, you want to hear something funny? So we
Hmm.
went to that dealer meeting,
Yes.
and oh my fucking god, Mike, dude, it was a MAGA rally, bro. That's what it was.
You're
I sh- I
kidding
swear to
me.
God, I swear to God, dude, the fucking dude was up there talking about like talking about how we need Jesus and that there's all these evils in the world that we need to right. You know, we need to do better with our children, and then he put like some quotes from Harry Truman. Then he put some quotes up there from Abe Lincoln. Then he freaking had everybody
What a
stand
time
up.
to quote Harry Truman at a
I
time
have
when there's like
no
nuclear
fucking,
stuff.
I have no fucking clue. And then and then at the end of it all, he made everybody stand up and fucking do the Pledge of Allegiance. and and we were the only like maybe like there was like 10 Hispanics there, and like some of them were and then the other Hispanics that were there were fucking bussing all the tables. and we're like the bartenders and stuff.
oh
Out of, dude,
my god,
yeah, out
dude.
of I think out of like maybe like I think there was like 300 people, 400 people there.
Well, at least nobody asked you to get them a drink.
Nah, because there was already dudes standing there.
Well, you know what though? Um, we take for granted our color, like the fact that we've been born in the bodies we've been born in, because we stop noticing it until
Yeah,
you're around other people, and you're like, "Oh shit!"
yeah, bro. Dude,
Right?
dude, seriously, we were like, and you know what was funny was that, our whole table, because we were, we're the clowns, bro. We're like we like anywhere we go, like our company, we like to fuck around, have a good ass time. But we like when it comes down to business, bro, like we're about our shit. So and everybody knows it. Like everybody all the people, all the big guys. Like we don't know all the other companies, but we know like our territory representative, the territory manager, the owners of the companies. Like they invite us to go on fishing trips, chartered fishing trips, and like go golfing and stuff like that all the time because we buy so much shit from them. And I was over there shooting the shit with the owner. I was like, hey Ron, I was like, you gonna get loosey goosey tonight or what? Just fucking around with the dude. The dude's a fucking like the owner of this big ass company, and like pretty much like the benefit was like for him and that family because they own like fuck I don't know like 20 stores in Texas. 20 fucking like distributor stores, like third party distributor stores. So we got to hang out with those guys too. They're pretty cool, but some of them, but the thing is was like they're all old, dude. They're like fucking 70, 80. They're like older cats. So like, and there was a bunch of older people in the place, like way older. Like we're talking like mid 50s, like 60s, like that. And the funny thing was is that they had like 20-year awards for like for these companies. And I was talking to my uncle. I was like, bruh, I was like, any fucking idiot could have got their HVAC license 20 fucking years ago and had a successful company. I was like, look at the fucking population growth of Austin. Fucking
Right.
went from 250,000 people to over 1 million people, bro.
Yeah, somebody's gonna need some cooling in Texas.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like
Yeah.
I was like, there's no like those guys, like yeah, they I commend them for staying alive for that long, but at the same time, it's like dude, like
It's so funny because you remember that wrestler? There used to be a wrestler. He used to pat himself on the back.
he used to pat himself on the back. Who's that? I don't remember that guy. Who was that?
I forget what his name was, but he used to pat himself on the back, and that's what it reminds me of. Friends giving each other awards.
Yes, that's exactly what it reminded, because we don't like we get an award and stuff like that, but we never get it for like selling the most stuff for that company because we don't only sell that one brand. Like we sell multiple different brands so we can stay competitive, because we don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket, right? So
How
imagine if
dare
we're
you stay
selling.
competitive, boy? Right? That's the
So
attitude.
that is the attitude. So they don't like that. They don't like that. And we were supposed to get our 10-year award, and we registered our equipment, we registered our account and everything, and we had name badges and everything. And I told my uncle, I was like, yo, where's our 10 years? I was like, you should be up there right now, getting that award. You know what the fucking guy told us? He told us, he said, hey, yeah, I got it. I didn't think you registered. And my uncle looked at the dude and was like, what the fuck? He's like, we have badges. Like, what do you mean? Like, I want to freaking take a picture with the freaking vice president and the CEO of the company. And now I don't get to because you don't have my fucking award. What kind of bullshit is that, dude?
Wow, dude, that's so fucked.
Yeah, because we don't just do work just for them. They don't like that. They want us to literally like do work only with them, like all the financing, all the freaking buying equipment, all the parts and everything. And we,
It's funny because I've had this like especially in the art. right? There's all these like places where you want to get recognized from because they're seen as stepping stones in the industry. And sometimes, like when you start realizing who's involved in the awards, you realize, oh, it's just friends giving each other awards. And on top of that, you realize they don't want you at their party, you know. And I talked to a friend and I was complaining, like, yo, how come we didn't get our award? And we're like, you know what? And he goes, those people are fucked up, right? I'm like, yeah. So why do you want an award from them? Fuck them. I'm like, you know what? That's a good point.
Yeah, but it was
They
more of
keep-
the. It was just more of the principle. Like
It's a, yeah,
it was a
but it,
principality thing. We were just like,
but
what
it,
the fuck?
but it tells you
Bullshit.
everything you need to know about how they feel about you. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
they don't want you on stage,
No, they
even if you deserve it.
we were joking around because we were like, there was one Hispanic dude that got up there, but it was like Zaragoza heating and air. We were like, oh, they couldn't pronounce that fucking dude's name, so they didn't know if he was Italian or what. But we were just kind of like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah, man.
Because
It really,
they only give out 5 years, 10 years, and then 20.
yeah. I was used to get me really upset, but I was like, you know what? Um, I'm gonna give. It's so funny. On LinkedIn, you can say congratulations, and I created two LinkedIn accounts so I could give myself my own congratulations. And I'm like, congrats, Mike. Good job. I'm like, thanks, Mike. It really took a lot of hard work.
Thanks, Mike. That's like that
Yeah,
that Snoop Dogg TikTok. Uh, I want to give thanks to me because I
yeah,
never gave up.
yeah,
I never stopped fighting. I never gave up.
yeah. Because like when I realized that it was going to be an uphill battle to get that recognition, I was like, you know what? They don't want me at their party. They created this party for themselves, and let me not, you know, let their arbitrary rules get in the way of me kind of moving this shit forward. Like even the PhDs, right? I was like,
Hmm.
you're gonna make me go through this arbitrary schooling so I can publish? Get the fuck out of here. You must be drunk. Like,
I know.
where does it say I need your permission to go into a library and write something on a piece of paper and put my name on the top? I need your permission? Get the fuck out of here. And furthermore, like, I don't need your award. Award?
Yeah. No, we after that we were just like whatever. We were like screw these people, and then we just started having we were just having a good ass time messing around with everybody, and like being the life of the party. And then the freaking owners were coming up to talk to us and
You should create your own
hanging out
award.
with
You should create the Technician of the Year award.
us. Create my own award.
Yeah, yeah. I would love to see your award show. It'd have like the sickest music, the best food. You know what I mean?
The best food. It would. It would.
Yeah, man.
Dude, oh my god, it was
You
fucking
should
boring.
do.
I went up to the bartender. I was like, bruh. I was like, how do you do these snooze fests? And he's like, I just do it, bro. They're paying me.
Mhm. That's it.
Like they're paying me.
I love it. Hey, what's going on, Casey?
Yo, what's good, brother?
What's good? What's good in the hood? How you doing, man?
Chilling,
Mr. Raj
chilling.
has 2,000 followers in 2 months.
Man, I've
Dude,
been.
less than 2 months. Less than 2 months. Come
All
on.
right.
Come on, Mike.
Well, you're going live. You're live now, right?
Nah, not yet. Not yet. Gotta pick a perfect moment. I don't want to see. I don't want to do lives and then people expect them all the time. Because then you got to be on it all the time. I'm not trying to do all that, so I'll do one. I'll do one one day.
What do you think you're gonna What do you think you're gonna do live? Are you gonna do a workshop live or what?
No, because that would only be like an hour. I don't know. Maybe just do like a little thing where like I just answer questions or who knows? I don't even want to answer questions on. Honestly, I don't even really. I don't even really want to do a live, to be honest.
For just shooting from the hip, just throw away idea. Do a take your followers to work day, but only do it for like an hour. But like go live on the job.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good one. But see, that's something. See, I guess I could do that. I guess I could do that. And if you
Great
miss
idea.
it, and if you miss it, you miss it, right?
Take your Mexican to work day. You should do it all in Spanish. Yo, I
That would take me to have to freaking learn Spanish more. I already told you I'm a coconut.
no, you can talk to like Matios and Keys.
Bro, Matios actually speaks Spanish. What do you mean?
Yeah, no,
You're comparing apples and oranges, bro.
that's so funny. Well, you know what? You We're gonna give you the Syndicate Award for your 10 years. You know, the Syndicate Award has been crafted out of thin air over years and years and years, and it represents dedication to the HVAC industry and your contributions in the greater Austin, Texas area. Um, I
This
hand
is,
you over your award, and you stand behind the microphone and you say what?
what do I say?
Yeah, I just handed you the award for the 10 years. So what do you say to the audience?
I'm not saying anything to the audience. It's not my company. Once I get my own company and then I do 10 years, then we could talk about that. But
That's the best acceptance speech I've ever heard. Hey, you can thank me for the award, but fuck being an actor. Wait till I'm a producer and I'll
yeah,
accept the
then I'll fucking
award.
accept this fucking shit.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
was
get over here. Take this fucking award.
I was just more upset because they did it to my, to the person that helped me. Well,
Hmm.
he's the one that paved the way for me to do what I'm doing, and he helped. He guided me and he gave me he let me in on the job whenever he was first starting the company. Gave me the apprenticeship, taught me everything I know, and then I just kind of took it from there. But it's kind of upsetting
Hey,
that it
see,
happened.
were there ever any politics in the RC awards?
Yeah, yeah. Everything from grown men acting like babies to pro drivers looking for a paycheck.
Pro RC drivers.
I know, right? I got
I can
a
see it. I can see it.
dude. I got a buddy of mine who turned down a pro RC heli job at 150 a year.
What? Why?
Yeah, he's already making equivalent money, and that job would have him on the road more than half the year,
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
right? Just the fact that there's a job out there that pays that much for that, like that's
I mean, hey, dude, if you're a single dude and you want to travel, you know what I
dude.
mean?
Do you know what's actually like a thing that's going through the little RC industry is the companies are being sued by parents.
Really?
So
Why?
yeah, because they're like they scout the tracks, and when they find somebody, a kid who's in like junior high or just going into high school, who's really fast on the track, they scoop them up, pay them or their parents, 30,000-40,000 to start with. By the
Shit.
time they're senior in high school, they're making 75,000, 80,000,
And they're
and
and they're complaining about that,
well,
bruh.
the complaint is that it's a dead end industry, and the kids are
But the
being
money. But the thing is, you can use that money to pay for college. You can use that
they're
money to.
not going to college.
Well,
That's
that's the parents' problem for not.
it, what they're
Come on,
saying
bro.
is that they targeted underage kids,
Bro, you can't target
and
anybody's kids without consent, bro. Like, it's come on.
So here's what happens. Right now, most of the quote unquote pro drivers are pissed off at the industry for not having more money because they did that. They didn't go to college because no, I got a job. I'm racing.
Mm-hmm.
And they pursued that, and all of a sudden they're a couple years older. There's kids that are faster. They can't keep the pace anymore, and they're gone. But now they frittered away their money. They didn't go to college. That's yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's again, dude. I was talking to my uncle about this too. And I said, dude, if you're not monitoring what your kid's doing and you're not doing the right
Mm-hmm.
things for your kids and you're not acting like your kid's agent for like certain decisions, I was
Oh
like,
yeah.
you deserve everything that you have. Everything that you have is because of you. And if you're not doing your parent duties and you're not being a responsible parent and a responsible adult, and you're just seeing the money and just fucking taking that shit and running with it, and your kid's fucked because you didn't do the right thing and say, hey, we're gonna continue this, but I also want you to go to school because we don't know what's gonna happen with this industry. Then yeah, you deserve everything you got. And I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad for anybody who puts themselves or their kids in a bad situation. I
Dude,
feel bad for the kids, but not.
I can appreciate what you're saying. So Paul and Jake Sinclair of X Factory, father and son team, very similar situation. They had a hobby sport. They started going to the track. Jake got picked up, blah, blah, blah. They pursued it hard as a father son team and eventually launched their own car, right? They will
Mhm.
make our own X Factory. So, very long, painful story short, on Paul Sinclair's deathbed, he railed about how he wished he'd never gotten into RC. Like,
Well, yeah, dude.
ah.
I
Dude,
mean, the thing is that like when these kids like okay, like it's like raising a child superstar, right? Like there's more opportunities now for kids to make money because of social media, networking, all the different things that are going on, and with those opportunities, you're gonna get freaking talent scouts they want young people because they have their critical thinking abilities, or they're faster, they can freaking solve equations quicker. Especially like in the gaming industry, it's like it's pretty much the same thing. RC and gaming, right? You have to have like really fast twitch, like memory when it comes to like flipping the sticks and all that stuff. And the same thing in gaming. But as you get older, our cognitive abilities they lessen. Well, I'm not the same gamer that I used to be. I used to be freaking kicking ass, and now I go play, and I'm like, holy fuck! Like, what am I doing? I'm horrible. I'm trash.
12-year-old kids just taking you to fucking school, laughing at the old man trying to play video games. Yep. Same thing in RC. Little kids grab the shittiest vehicles and just tear ass around the track. It's pretty funny.
have little fingers.
What'd you say?
They have little fingers.
They
No,
little finger.
dude, they're like developing like new ways of like working the freaking sticks and like being able to like. Cause it's weird, bro. Like they be using like these different claw techniques, and they do some weird stuff. Like it works. It works though.
Same thing. Reverse steering, reverse throttle, holding it at an angle. Yeah, all that stuff. I blame Peter. Out of all of this, all I feel confident in saying is that I blame Peter. No matter what's happened, um, I think it's a safe bet to blame Peter. Mostly because he's from Australia or Australian. So
I
yeah,
can do like I can do like the Brad Pitt version of like Snatch Peter. Oh yeah. Hey. Oh yeah. Yeah.
fucking gypsy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
gypsy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
If anyone's a slippery jip around here, it's Mike. That's all I'm saying.
Sliver Java. How would you be? What would Peter sound like if he was a pikey extra in Snatch?
Horrible
Hey,
dude.
try it, Allie.
Oh, you saw my mouth?
Yeah. Yeah.
All I was thinking was, oh, look, come on.
Yeah.
What's up, Rocky?
Hey everyone.
Dude, did you see the Ornal computer post that I tagged you in by chance?
Which one?
I tagged you in a post from Ornal.computers because they're working on Ordinals and Shopify. And I thought, oh, that's interesting.
It says the author deleted it.
Ah, hey, you're not around about, what is it? You're West, shit, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard. You're probably looking to get about your day, I imagine.
Wait, 10 p.m.?
A.M.
10 a.m. tomorrow?
Eastern in general. I think that's early for you, isn't
Yeah, that's
it?
like 7 a.m.
Yep. All right. Okay. I'm going to start doing like a little weekly show with Ordinal computers. And if you're...
Let's do it. I might not have
Yeah.
I might not do it every day. Yeah.
Just once. Just once I think would be
Yeah.
enough.
So
Yeah.
I ended up taking that job at Elysian Health.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They gave me everything I asked for, so it's kind of hard to say no. Because I gave them a range, and they gave me the upper range. They gave me all the benefits I was asking for. They normally give out MacBook Pros, and I asked for a Mac Mini M2 Pro, and they gave me that. So, they literally
Dude.
gave me everything.
Dude, congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, honestly, like all the conversations we have here with like AI, ChatGPT, and stuff like that, I talked about that with the VP of engineering, and he was interested in that. We talked about that for like 15 minutes in like a 1 hour interview, and it was booked for like 30 minutes, and we talked about for like an hour.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, don't have to work for agencies anymore, so I might do it again, but I do plan to stay here for a little bit.
Oh, dude, solid footing in a rocky economy is tough to come by, buddy. If you found a niche and a place to hunker down, good on you.
Yeah, I was a little worried. So, like during the interview, I asked them if they were affected by the whole SBB thing, and they were. So it turns out that they had their money in SBB. So like that was probably why there was like a little bit of like unresponsiveness early on for booking the first interview. But I think the VP of engineering was also like on vacation, so like things were on fire while he was on vacation. Yeah, but I had to ask because with everything going on. But he said that they took their money out and put it on into J.P. Morgan Bank, so at least it's like a bigger bank. But apparently they make like I don't know more than 10x of their payroll every month, so I think they're okay in terms of like profit, revenue, stuff like that. That's pretty hard for I think many startups to say they make 10x payroll every month. I don't know. That's just what I think.
So it's probably more rare than it is common. But I can't imagine though. How's the bank account? I don't know. It's empty. Where's Bob? Shit, Bob's on vacation.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Where's the computer guy? It's like, I think that's like the joke about IT, right? Like no one cares about IT until shit goes wrong, you know? It's like, why do you even pay these guys? All you do is just switch out the broken keyboards and the mice, it's whatever. I feel like that's what like all the security guys feel. It's like, why do we pay these guys so much money? And they get hacked.
Or like the security guards in the lobby. You know, it's like, oh, this guy just staying here all day. Until that homeless dude walks in with a baseball bat.
Yeah,
You
no one
know?
wants to. No one wants to handle that.
So I am trying and failing to get ChatGPT to fill out an Excel spreadsheet or a Google Sheets spreadsheet. I've got GPT entered into it so I can like prompt in the spreadsheet, but I'm struggling to get it to actually take control of putting stuff into fields. But I believe it's possible. I'm pretty sure it's possible.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's possible. People have been doing it to like generate like social media posts. Like they'll do like mass like Canva social media posts.
Sure. I did in GPT, I had it build me a spreadsheet, but for some reason I can't copy and paste it over to a Google Sheet. It doesn't work. I don't know why. So, yeah, whatever. Trying to get GPT to operate functionally in a spreadsheet. This is my first time using an API key. I popped my cherry today. First time. Peter, do you remember what it was like the first time you generated an image?
Yep.
And
What was the question? You asked if I remember. I said yes. I do remember.
what was it? What were you using? What'd you do?
You know this website called Crayon? It used to be
I've
DALI
heard
Mini
of it. Yeah.
was the name of the model because it was built on, like DALI, essentially, or the code base of DALI, but it was like, a custom privately trained version of it, whatever. This is, like the original DALI, not DALI 2. Anyway, that was where I first got into a bit of text to image, I guess, and I'm pretty sure I generated a whole fucking storyboard of Jesus becoming a degen. Like he starts playing pool, he goes to poker matches, and like just gets caught up with like the wrong people. He's got guns and stuff at one point. Starts smoking weed, and then gets like depressed, and you know goes nuclear. Gets into a fight with Satan when he realized Satan's basically taken over his life, and it was great. It was like something like 30 something plus images. It was this fully like fleshed out storyboard thing with this shitty little model. And the thing is, that thing had charm that I haven't seen with a lot of models these days. There was something about it and the way it did these images that was like, it was almost like watching a comic unfold in front of your eyes. Whereas, like the newer models, they try to generate stuff like that, and they just don't have the same character about them.
Wait a minute. So you and I kind of did the same exact fucking thing?
I mean, what else would you do, right?
Dude. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah. Lots of pictures, make a story. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Now I'm seeing there's a new text to video model thing that's available because we've got that little model scope one that I've been generating these stupid Joe Biden things with. There's another one that popped up like either yesterday or the day before. Like it's a Pixar zero shot model or something like that for text to video. It's available in WebUI, so I'm going to be I didn't realize it's already available in WebUI, so I'm going to be playing with that as soon as I get home from work because I want to see what that thing can do.
How's the machine holding up? Steady?
It's unstoppable, you know?
uh, it's unstoppable. That's a hell of a response right there. It's good.
Wait, which machine are we talking about?
You know which one.
The one we got to rage against?
Yes, that machine.
Have you guys ever been in an interview where like you were clearly more senior than the person that was interviewing you?
Yes. How'd that make you
Yeah,
feel?
that was me yesterday. That was like that was like the first time I experienced that yesterday, and it was two people. It was two people. It was like a senior dev on their team and like a mid-level developer. Um, there wasn't like any live coding or anything like that. But we basically went over a project that I made, just kind of discussing features, the difficulties and like challenges and the results of the project. And then we went over another Shopify project that I like, a site that I just liked. And then we kind of broke down the components, and they'll ask me a couple questions on how I would build it and stuff like that. But yeah, like they didn't have anything like extra to say. um, I mean, I guess it was a good interview because I guess I covered everything and they didn't really have any tough questions, I guess.
When they turn from your boss to a peer, like, oh, okay, yeah, everything we know. Okay. Hey, bounce out for a minute. There's a spatial space going on with very few people in there, and I'd like to smash them in the face a little bit if I can. So I'll catch you guys on the flip.
Hi, you Rich.
Did he say smash them in the face?
Come join us up here.
I'm here.
How's it going? How's the project going?
Mhm. I've done a lot of legal work today, and I just got off a call. I've got another call at 5:30 and another one at 6. So my brain can't answer questions right now, but I wanted to say hi.
Gotcha. I know the feeling.
It's like when those days when I've like, I mean, this crazy productive. Like yesterday, I could not focus, but today it's like crazy productive, like knocking things out, and then I look at the clock and it's 5 p.m. or almost 5, and I'm like, I have 3 consultations back to back to back, and I'm like, I just have one more trust to draft tonight. I'm like, I can do this, and now I'm thinking like, I can't do this. Anyway, sorry to complain, but hi everyone. No, I can do it. I'm just saying my brain is rugged. It's hard rugged. Hi Mike. Hi Peter. Hi Rocky. What were you saying about you talked to somebody?
Oh no, I've just been through a couple of interviews early this week. I actually ended up taking the job at Elysium Health. It's a startup.
No, you're gonna work for me. I just didn't get funding in time to snag you, Rocky. That's clear. I failed us both.
When it's time for you to do a redesign, hit me up.
Okay, I'll call you tomorrow. Is Peter here?
He was here. He might be doing something though.
Is Mike here?
I have not heard from Mike.
It's just you and me, Rocky. I'll have to hold down the fort. Give him something to listen to on the recording, something to what do you call that? Snip and post with the words at the bottom and some like stock video in the background with like meaning and shit. Oh, Sandra's here. Oh, now she's gone.
Yeah, I'm coming on as their senior front end developer.
Holy
It'll
shit!
It'll still be on Shopify. So, and I really like it just because, like, I mean, they gave me everything I asked for. So I gave them a pretty big range, and they gave me the top of the range and all the benefits that I wanted, and even a new device that I specifically asked for. So, like, I just couldn't say no.
That's so good. That's so cool. Like, I'm glad that good people. And when I think about Doll, like Doll got her like not dream job. I don't know if she's dreaming of it, but she got a job that like values her and she likes doing it. And it's so far it hasn't. Seems like she's very happy there. So I'm glad there's another one of the my little PFP buddies hitting it out of the park.
Yeah, I know. I was really lucky because I found a recruiter that, like, I guess, like, he actually read through my LinkedIn profile. He's like, hey, like, you look like a good make, like, a good match for this. And so, and I've been trying to get out of like agency work for like the last year or so. So I'm glad it's like a startup and like brand focus and not another agency.
I don't have much else to contribute, so I'm going to go on mute until 5:30. Oh, look, there's Peter's there. He has emojis. I'm going to go on mute till 5:30, and then I'm just going to disappear. And Mike, if you're there, Mr. Rogers is here. I don't know if he's requested, but just in case he has, heads up. Thanks for laughing, Mr. Rogers. Peter. Hey,
Driving to work. Don't make me use my phone while I'm driving.
don't use your
Please.
phone. Please don't use your phone. But psst. I'm just kidding. That last one was a joke.
What's up?
No, don't use your phone while driving. I don't know. My brain is wrecked.
Fair enough. Where's that Jack Dale at? I'm just gonna start calling Mike by his last name because I feel like it sounds like a villain name, you know?
It really
Jack
does.
Dale.
Jack Dale. Hi, I'm Jack Dale. I actually didn't know how to pronounce it until you said it just now. I've been not saying it out loud.
I'm probably saying it wrong. I'm also trying to bait him, but I know he's probably watching TikTok videos, or he's probably just put the phone down and gone to do something else for a while, as he does.
Oh, look, Dr. Robert Wetzel just joined. That's interesting. Man, I wish Mike were here so he could let Dr. Robert Wetzel up. He loves that guy. That would bring him back to the computer real fast. Not a lie, it's the truth.
I wonder if he fell asleep.
He probably just can't get to his phone. Or he's playing like the staring contest game where it's like like who's gonna flinch first kind of thing. He's waiting to see how long we can talk about him as if he's not here, like because that would be funny. And it sounds
He's recording, so this is just a session to steal our voices.
well. He's been doing that. He's been voice farming for like years now.
Voice farming. Yeah, he's been doing that for a while.
All right, bye guys. Have fun at work, Peter. Drive safe. Don't unmic to say anything, and don't emote.
Yo. Espera. Ya. Carpenter.
Come on, man. Just because I make fun of your president.
What? Man. You know, some of the funnest times I have in the group chat is making Bilal upset. That's a lot of fun.
Making who upset?
Bilal.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Like, you know how you have like a semi-automatic gun? He's like a semi-autistic person. He's like a semi-auto. What kind of gun is that? Is that auto? Semi-auto? No, that's an auto.
In case he's a fully auto.
Yeah. Semi-autismatic. Automatic. All right, I changed the title. Semi-automatic with an I. Is that fully auto? Good. I've been looking for a fully auto. Are those legal? Well, you have to get paperwork to hire them. I think you probably do need paperwork to hire them. Maybe it's like a tax credit. That would be the staffing agency. That's what I would call it. Semi-automatic. What do you guys do? We provide semi-automatics to companies. What are those? Are those guns? No. It's half autistic people. We find people that have a touch of the tism outperform those that don't. But a touch. Goldilocks. Not too much, not too little. Just the right amount.
It's dark.
What, you don't think semi-automatics can add to the bottom line and the top line of a company?
I guess it depends where you put them.
Yes, exactly. You know, and risk cannot be destroyed, merely transformed. Hofstein.
So, the elephant in the room. I'm sure you've seen the news,
No.
and I'm sure you want to hear me talk about it, but I'm not going to.
What's that?
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Michael.
Is it something with AI?
Yeah, actually, you know what? If we were to talk about that, I'd want to hear Crow's take, to be honest. But maybe not the time.
I like the videos you've been doing.
Oh, they've been fun, man. It's just addictive because it's so janky and like fucked up.
Right. It's like, you know, that picture of seeing the monkey start walking upright until it's a human being? That's kind of like what we're seeing from the AI.
Yeah,
We're engaging it with it at its stage of evolution.
it's a weird feeling, isn't it? It's cool though.
It's like surfing. A lot of falling off.
But when it falls off spectacularly. That's the ones we're trying to capture.
Yeah. We're looking the mistakes of the new marketing. Uh-huh.
And I find there's also the aspect of like once it gets good enough that it doesn't make those mistakes, but it doesn't do things that are quirky and unpredictable. It kind of gets a little bit boring the more you use it. And it's kind of like, okay, I know what to expect from this now. Kind of like Bilal in the group chat, it's like, yep, I know he's going to say some unhinged stuff, but just I'm not going to read.
I know he's going to say a bunch of stuff I'm not going to read. That's so funny. Unsubscribe. It'd be nice to be able to unsubscribe from people in the group chat. Like, you don't see their posts anymore, but you're still in the group chat. Right?
Then you just see a bunch of responses and you're like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah. Or you could just like mute the whole conversation. Right? If it includes these words.
Mm.
What words would you mute?
No, I would like say, okay, if Bilal is talking, I don't want to hear anything about that thread. Right? And there's always the choice to like, okay, let me remove the unmute, right? So unmute and then see what's going on. And usually you're just like, oh, okay, it's the same shit. All right, let me put it on mute again. Sometimes you leave it, you unmute and you're like, you know what? Maybe I misjudged this person. Maybe I like them in tweet form, but not in talk form.
You get those. One thing that's not annoying me, but and I shouldn't even be surprised, but the amount of things calling themselves something GPT or, copying the name Chat GPT now because of the popularity of it. And I'm like, dude, you're not even a GPT model, They're just following the trends. Happy days. Always going to happen. But I'm just like, come on, another, clone GPT name thing.
I get that there's a gold rush. The gold rush is to be expected. And when there's a gold rush, there's an incentive to create fake gold. But even somebody said that Dropbox is just a front end on an Amazon S3 storage bucket. So, I mean, if they're able to make money from it because they have a great user interface or good plugins and integrations, then God bless.
Yeah, I didn't even know that about Dropbox.
I read that somewhere. Yeah, just a front end on an Amazon storage.
I suppose that makes sense, though. Yeah, I just use Drive for everything these days. I used to use Dropbox a little bit.
I love Google Drive.
What?
I love Google Drive.
No, I thought you said fuck Google Drive. I was going to say what?
Oh, no. No, sorry. Hey, let the record show. I'm a big fan.
Just so convenient and easily integrated into pretty much everything. Really cannot complain with Google Drive.
Well, I was talking to a CFO, and we're talking about AI. Well, no, he's a CEO now, and we're talking about AI, but he comes from finance, right? So I'm like, yo, if your stuff is in Excel, then it should be a snap of your fingers to start getting some insights. So he's going to let me know.
I'm looking forward to the ChatGPT plugins when we have access to that.
How do we make plugins?
I don't know. I guess you can get ChatGPT to write them for you, But it's. I sent the video of them showing off all the different things and that guy commentating on it. I don't care much for the guy himself, but the video wasn't too bad. But the one where they start throwing CSV files at it and then using it to graph data from the CSV file. I'm like, fuck it hell, that will come in so much handy. Like, even just for doing my own taxes and stuff.
Okay, so I had an idea. I'm just thinking out loud. So imagine you have someone who really understands accounting and understands how people can bury the bodies in accounting to obfuscate what's actually happening with the company's cash flow liabilities, what have you. Could you create a an ordinal that has the JSON data, or put the data into an ordinal such that the correct calculations are made?
I don't have enough technical knowledge on ordinals to say, but I don't see why not.
Right? Because if you're just saying, I have to think about it. I'm at the point where I want to use JSON data to minimize the amount of text that I write to create applications. So instead of using, lines of HTML, I want to be able to use JSON data to create the HTML, right? Create the database in a database and then pull in that database and have it, create the tables. So I'm just thinking it through. Like, so far I'm getting some generic answers from OpenAI, and it's saying, hey, you're going to have to make the ratios yourself. And I'm like, fuck that. I just want to put in the
If you
data.
just ask to give it an example of how that would look, usually that tends to convince it.
I wonder. Let me see. OpenAI analyze balance sheet.
Well, that's nice. That sounds like a fun project.
Yeah, I was talking to. Let's see here. So, Dan, was that the one you wanted was something else? Because we worked on a couple, right? There
Yeah,
was
I think it
one
was the weed
for
one.
like,
I think it was the weed. I think that was the weed one, was it, or it was something else? I forget.
yeah. I sent. Well, there was two things we did. We did the monster jobs.
Yeah.
Remember for agritech?
Yep.
Which was the one you wanted, or
I mean, the
you
the
want
the
both?
jobs one is fine. That's fine. I think he just wanted to show the embody of that, and I'll probably get a glide count here pretty soon and get, you know what I
Yeah.
mean, share some team access on it, and we'll just form a team because I know I want to throw some stuff to Allie and
Mm-hmm.
other folks. So, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Oh, it's
yeah,
awesome.
man, it's been
No, just
crazy lately.
uh,
Past couple of days is just skyrocketed in terms of busyness, but good.
really. Eh?
Just a lot of work, but yeah, Google's announcement today was pretty hot. That was a cool thing I liked. They announced a whole Google Cloud generative AI development cloud. Um, Not so much a big win for AI art tools and that kind of stuff, but a really big win for rapid manifestation of sort of AI concepts that can sort of leverage a lot of what Google already has, which is tons and tons of product data, shopping, SEO, all that kind of stuff. So there's some cool stuff in that. And then the other thing was the sort of the neural, roll your own neural network kind of thing. It was almost like roll your own business intelligence platform. Um, yeah, some just really cool stuff. So it's interesting because it's like App Store. It's like the App Store, but I think they're gonna have it. They have an advantage over OpenAI for sure in terms of everything that Google has done to date. All that search, being current is amazingly nice to have. But still, there's interesting differences between the two products for sure. But yeah, man, the wars are just about to begin. I don't understand that letter that someone put out, the moratorium they want to put on AI development. It's got Elon Musk and a bunch of these other people on it, and they're like, "We want to put a stop to AI development for 6 months." I'm like, "What?" It's like a real thing. I don't know. It's doesn't make a lot of sense, but it should be an interesting conversation. And everybody wants us to pull over and review the ethics of what we're doing. I'm like, dude, multitasking was invented 20 years ago. You do it at the same time. I don't know. Be interesting. But yeah, man, it's getting nuts. Getting cray cray. And what's really crazy is that Google's platform, just looking at it now, is going to blow away about 40% of the current ADI startups that are underway because they're all trying to do something similar and they don't have the same foundation. If anything, they're probably going to re-engineer with Google, which is probably a wise move. So get started, get your valuation, your whole product sort of understood, target market, yada yada yada. Get that shit underway. But whatever you're building now, you're most likely going to adopt to Google at some point. Because
Yeah. I'm just looking at the OpenAI. So this guy, it was 4 days ago. When you're looking at the AI stuff, it helps to look back at only like the last 3 days, or else you just get like the stuff from a few months ago. But this guy is showing the format to use ChatGPT for financial analysis,
I bet that's cool.
and what's crazy is he analyzed the SVB balance sheet. And it gave us an impact for interest rate risk. What the shit?
Yeah, man. I love watching Martin
Huh.
Shkreli go through stuff like that when he goes.
Oh, Martin Scully's the
Yeah,
best.
I can just watch his videos all day. It seems like I like it when he goes
Have you
through a
seen his
stock
old
and
school videos?
tears it apart. Yeah.
Have you seen his old videos?
No, I need to. I've seen some of them when he was talking with the.
He teaches chemistry
Yeah,
and financial
yeah,
statements. It's crazy.
yeah. I love that.
Yeah, he just goes through a chemistry book and he's like, all right, so you want to get into pharmacology, huh? You want to get into pharmaceuticals? All right, so this is how a compound works. You probably dropped off, haven't you, you fucking idiot? All right, so for the people who are and like people and what's funny is like he's just chilling.
Yeah,
Like in my head, he's Emmy.
he's very
Like
much
if
like that.
Emmy and him
Yeah,
were side by if Emmy and him were side by side, I don't think I could tell the difference. because I don't know, I've never met any,
Yeah.
right? So it's like just one of those things where we're like, yeah. But
Cool.
he's smart.
Yeah. Yeah. Emmy's kind of Emmy's got a little bit of idiot savant kind of stuff in him. You know what I mean?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good with the free noun association.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And I think like I gotta cut the episode with him. I'm not sure how I would find it, but like when I kept it, when I kept the free noun association going with
Yeah.
him, it ended up landing on good information,
Mm-hmm.
but it wasn't trying to talk about the good information obliquely or directly. Does that make
A
sense?
little bit. Yeah.
Right? I let it come out of just
Yeah.
free noun associating with him because he'll improv, and I think
Yeah.
improv Emmy is the best
Yeah,
Emmy.
it is. I agree. I love it when he goes there. That's what's so funny about this new podcast we're doing together is because we're taking sides, a little bit, which is part of the whole new human kind of aspect of the debate of what you're evolving into next.
You guys need to talk to Wetzel.
We do. Got to get more
Wetzel would
interesting
be
voices
great
on the show and whatnot. Want to work on that.
because he's just about to retire.
Hmm.
He's into Web3. He rides a motorcycle and he develops in Rust and he's in his 60s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, and what is he interested in? 8-bit games from Atari because that's his first shit. And he's like, why don't we do everything in 8-bit?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, he's that guy. He can shoot a gun as well as he can code, probably, that guy. You know what I mean? Like one of those weirdos.
Yeah, that's cool.
And who's seen more data than someone involved in data science in the NSA?
Mm.
So,
Totally, man. Those people have scars they can never talk about. Mm.
oh yeah. I asked him about a few stuff,
Mhm.
and he's like, "Oh, the thing with the thing with the thing with
Yeah.
the thing." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, move on."
Yeah. Well, Peter, how goes your Biden control net experimentations? What's going on that front?
That's a text to video model, completely different to ControlNet. There's another one that's popped up that I'm gonna have to wait till after work to play with. But yeah, it's fun. A lot of fucking jank, which is awesome. Love the jank.
That's cool.
I wish the Zealous.1 was more stable. It crashes a lot.
It seems like it didn't ever get finished as a company.
You know what's so funny? Marco told me that they pitched him a few years ago. He knew the name of the founder.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Marco's a James Bond of VC.
I mean, they're probably sitting on a really cool concept, but I don't know. I don't know the dynamics. I'm not sure how you make money. There's lots of issues, but it's a nice.
Well, I mean, you kind of. I imagine they can mid-journey the AI.
Yeah.
So if anyone wanted a pulse on XYZ industry or product or crypto, they could be like, "Hey, tell me what people are talking about right now. Give me a word cloud for
They could if they're thinking
everything."
like
Oh,
that.
it's Solana.
Yeah, they're probably not thinking that big though. Definitely not. You're a little bit ahead of the curve,
I never know.
Definitely.
Because we're just talking. But the thing is, like, all I know is that the more I can code, the more I
Oh
can
yeah.
stop asking people to build the things I want, and it's becoming exciting.
Yeah, man, it's totally addicting.
You know,
Like complete enablement and empowerment at your own
Mhm.
level. The only thing that sucks is that eventually you're going to have to choose between sort of a strategy or the execution, and I think that'll always be a dance. Like I think execution people are always going to want to hang out in strategy and talk about it, but I don't know. At some point, you'll need to pass the torch. That's the way I look at it.
Well, the way I look at it is like Manisha's mentor had this idea of a pioneer settler and town planner,
Mhm.
and I'm not necessarily in like I like the creative part of the stuff
Yep.
and the onboarding of the first user kind of stuff.
Yep.
But after it's like, hey, I onboard like even for the charity, like you know the Bic
Yep.
pens, right? So they donated to the charity and they gave us a box of stuff that would have cost us a lot of money.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so it's like, oh, okay, so this is kind of done now. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And it's not done, but it's kind of done
Yeah.
from the perspective of like someone who's not interested in settling in town planning.
Well, see,
Because when the creative work is done, my brain is almost bored with it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're wired very much the same way in the sense that you sort of want to establish momentum, know that there's a team in place, or know that there's an execution sort of underfoot. But then it's largely my work is done here, and I need to move to the next intersection where people are hanging out and
And
need hope.
and they still want you there, but
Yeah.
it's like, no, you don't understand.
Yeah.
I can't be here anymore.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You're the one who set this up. I know.
Yeah.
That's why I can't be here anymore.
Yeah.
Because I set it up and now my work is done. Like even with the music studio, I
Yep.
was like, okay, so you have
Yeah.
the investor knows the guy who makes the beats, who knows the person who sings the songs, who knows the person that can do the music videos. What do you need me for?
Well, you know what? I mean, I tell you what, though, people just kind of, you know, what's funny is Mark is sort of bringing me in like a battle axe into these meetings lately. He kind of brings me in, and I sit down and I basically do a portfolio review of things I worked on, and I show them, you know, some. It's a selection of picks and most recent jobs for the last say 3 or 4 years. So it's about 30 startups or so in different projects. And then he's like, "Give me more, Dan. But people want to know more." I'm like, "All right, well, here's the deals I did at Ohio State. Here's the programs I did there." And it's funny. He brings me in to sort of like these are things that I don't always recognize, but I'm starting to recognize. Is he brings me in like a you know almost like a Steve Jobs, like, "You're gonna meet Dan. There's a reason why you should work with me, John. It's because I work with Dan." Right. And then like I come in, "Hi guys, what are you guys doing?" I don't even know the context of the meeting. "Dan, why don't you show what's going on in your world?" "All right,
It's
sweet."
better if you don't know the context,
Right. That's almost better.
right?
It's almost better if
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the context because
Because
I'm
then you get to just ask the question.
right.
So, what do you guys do?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. What were you doing before you did this?
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, what you did there started this. Oh, you're using your experience from that thing to do. Okay,
Right.
I understand now.
It
And so
was
it's
it was cool because I had Bard up, Google Bard up for part we were talking about new intake, and this is interesting because these guys are they're staffing company. They basically they're the ones that want to
nice.
scrape Indeed and jobs,
Of
and they look for
course.
anybody
Yeah.
who's got jobs that are 30 days old or higher. Those are the people they go after, and they
Right.
work on getting candidates. You know the whole dance. I mean, this is your
Hmm.
world, right? You know that world
Hmm.
really well.
I have
Um,
candidates for you when they get it started.
exactly. Yeah. So it was funny. We were talking about it, and I literally grabbed all the requirements that we talked about that they gave me, and then I redictated it back to the AI and added more information, and it created like a requirements document in front of us in like 4 seconds. Now, and the guy was just like, "Holy fucking shit! What is this? What did you just do? Who did you just talk to? What is going on?" Right? And it was like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Showing them that
And
front.
that's
And
when the sale is done,
yeah,
right? Like you could just end the meeting there.
you could. You totally could.
Everything's
I
all
mean,
commentary.
it was
That's the point of climax. Like I was talking to the CEO about the Excel and thing,
yeah.
and like he couldn't get off the phone with me fast enough.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because like, okay, I know what to do. Leave me alone. I'll talk to you later. Right? And I may never hear from him again. Right?
Yeah.
For a few months. Right?
Yeah.
He's like, hey, I want to stay ahead of the curve. All right, here's the curve where it is right now, but it changes tomorrow. This is an asymptote. Right? Okay. Yeah, it's a slope of
really
rolling.
moving into a consultancy kind of model that is almost like insurance. In other words, you get insurance in Dan just so you stay on the edge, and people will pay premium for
Look,
that.
I fuck around with the things before they hit your TV screen, and I help you get them into your business before it's too late. Because
Yeah,
if you see it on your TV screen, it probably is already too late.
yeah, completely. Yeah, so it's just been good prospecting lately, and the advancements in AI are definitely helping for sure. What was I
I,
gonna
I,
say? Oh yeah,
I was talking to a guy, and I talked about the voice cloning, and
yep,
he's like, "Oh, hold on. Voice cloning? That's the thing I want. That. Where do I get that?
yeah,
Right? So that's the discussions I'm having with folks
yeah. That's
uh,
cool, man.
all day long. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. I'm still kind of like, I don't know. There's still a part of me that wants to rebuild and sort of build a crack dev team kind of shop. I'm still kind of thinking about that lately, just because Kitty folks are doing fine and everything, but I got to sort of build a redundancy layer and execution.
Well,
Yeah.
I find that if they're willing to have you build the small thing,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
like, look, we can mock this up, whether it's Glide Apps or Glide Apps squared,
Right.
right? You know what I
Right.
mean? And
Yeah.
when you see what we're talking about realized, then you'll decide two things. You know what? It's not as cool as what we wanted,
Right.
right? In which case, you just saved money in a bunch of debate cycles, right? Or you're going
Right.
to say, you know what? Can you move this button over here? And we're going to ask you why. Is that going to help you make money? And if you say yes, then at
Right.
least you're now recouping a cost. Let's
Yeah.
say you go after the problems that cost you the most money, not necessarily things that make you money, but what's costing you money right now? You're a
Yeah.
staffing agency. How do you lose money? Okay,
Yeah.
there's probably a billion ways that we don't need to have a dollar in to kind of save you
Yeah.
money. Let me
Yeah.
guess. If I can get if I give you 30 seconds of video, you're gonna ask me for hours. That's the way I look
Hmm.
at it, right? So let me do something for you small, something that you can commit to today without asking a bunch of committees.
Yeah.
Because I know when I do the first thing, you're gonna want the second.
Tell you, man, it's crazy. It's got me thinking all kinds of ways now. Like, it's kind of hard to control in some ways.
I don't
Like I
I
did
don't
here.
know the solution until I meet the people, and then I invent it on the phone, and then I ask for permission from the founder. Hey,
Mhm.
is it okay if we do this? Yeah, we
Yeah.
can do that. Okay, good. Because I already promised them.
Yeah, man. It's weird. I'm kind of okay. This is slightly tangential subject at the moment, but I've been thinking about how I process information lately. And it used to be I'm a big note taking guy. I take a ton of notes. But with the emergence of AI, I'm going to have a hive mind online. And I'm trying to think about what's the thing I hold in my hand that's going to stay connected to my AI. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think moving to almost now, someone could just say get an iPad, etc. Of course, and that is obvious. I have that, but it's beyond that. There's something else.
About the watch.
Much as possible. But I'm actually thinking more of it's like a laptop. I mean, it could be just your laptop. There's a part of me that's reaching into my head, thinking more on the side of like a smaller iPad, but it's almost like the iPad Mini. It's small. It's like that might actually be it.
You need a large digital remote control kind of thing.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. And it's not a phone because I don't want to deal necessarily with the cellular. Well, shit. Maybe I do want that.
It's
Fuck.
nice to have the option.
Yeah. No, I gotta have connected power for sure. So it's kind of the iPad Mini. All right, there you are. iPad Mini.
And by the way, you're going to need the super resolution because you're in design now. You ascot wearing motherfucker.
It's true.
You know, because especially when you go to client sites, and you know that moment where you flip around the laptop, you're just going to be spinning around that fucking iPad down the long fucking, you know, that long boardroom table.
Mm.
Has to have that good slide. You know, it makes that sound mat to mat.
I wonder about the. Well, I wonder
Ali,
what.
tell him about the iPad and how it's going to change his life.
It's the best thing I've ever purchased in my whole life. It changed my teaching.
You're basically just an enterprise teacher, Dan.
Honestly, like to be able to have the pencil and like write everything down and like walk around, have a visual, touch it. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of it. Oh, E-Rich.
Nice. I don't think they have M1s in them yet, though. That's the only issue.
So
They might not have.
oh, sorry, I thought never mind.
Yeah, I was thinking about the M1 chips. I don't know if they have that. Oh wait.
You should get it. Go ahead, Rich.
So
Using it right now.
the space that Septima just hosted was featuring a founder of an AI spaces,
Yeah, Flojan.
yeah. And so like I was like, I got up there and I was like, so listen, I just DM'd this to a guy who clips spaces and like I feel like you guys should really connect. But he's currently recording one of the spaces because he keeps doing that. Anyway, it was funny at the time. But you don't have to give access to your entire life, which was my main
No, I like it.
privacy
I've been
question.
using it for a while.
You know, she's
Was it Shar-
Canadian.
Yeah, Sharzad, right?
Yeah. And then I DM'd her your at. So
Oh, she's great. In the early days of Twitter Spaces, I got in touch with her and Zealous.1. And funny enough, I was telling Dan that Zealous.1 pitched Marco for funding.
I don't like Zealous.1.
It's buggy.
It requires me to give them access to all of my life, my Twitter life. So, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, it has all the dirt, all that dirt on her.
Well, it's not dirt that's not publicly available, I guess, but like it felt more invasive than it needed to be for my Twitter space data, right? Like it was overly broad. Marco pass.
Here's the thing. Can we really say overly broad? Come on, 2023.
I hate you.
Equity.
I hate you.
Overly broad. Sounds like a late night movie.
It has to do with it's a football film about broad shoulders.
There you go. Broad shoulders and touchdowns.
Hello.
Wait. Dun dun. Oh shit! I did it backwards.
That's what she said.
Hello.
Dan, how's your week going?
Who, me? My week's going great. So far, so good. How about you? Good? Things going well?
I'm overwhelmed. You know, brain's rugging right now, but honestly, I can't or shouldn't complain. So
that's good.
Huh? Got the hot sauce. Uh-huh. Want anything else on your burger?
what are you talking about?
Oh, making Ali a burger.
You're gonna make me a burger? You never make me burgers anymore, Mike. Remember the old days when you cooked burgers?
What would you like on yours?
I do cheese,
Mm.
and then yeah, I don't know.
That's it? Cheese?
It depends on where it's from, really.
Your ideal burger from like the bestest place. What would you put on it if it had like the most ideal condiments?
I don't eat a lot of. I used to work at an Arkansas burger company actually, but I don't eat a lot of burgers. So like I like a cheeseburger with cheddar or jalapeno, depends on the mood, and then lettuce sometimes, tomato sometimes. It has to be the right lettuce and the right tomato. It's going to be a little bit of depending on where it's from, a little bit of mayo and a little bit of ketchup.
No pickles, no onions.
Get out of here, my friend.
Oh, okay.
What?
I don't like either of those things.
Wow.
Yes, I know.
What about cooked? They cook them.
Medium, whatever. There's a little pink.
Mm-hmm.
Did we lose Pete to the man? Peter. Where's Peter?
Peter's low-key the most popular guy in the world.
What you mean?
Like with just like, I thought about like, how many people have the sheer amount of views?
You
that
mean
Pete
with the because being the first in the 500,000 views?
That and then the Joe Rogan thing. Like if you add those two together, just based on sheer impressions, probably puts him in,
That's high key. We do that. He has literally been seen by more people than any of us all combined.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or his work has, rather.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's low key. I think it's pretty high key.
I feel like he's hiding in plain sight.
That, yes.
Much like Brock.
Rocky. Hi, Rocky. I'm done with my calls. All right, I've got to go do some other work things. So I will see you guys around spaces.
Hi. She said hi to you and left.
Oh. What's up, Mike?
Mm.
How's it going, Dan? Hey, Soft.
How are the interviews going?
So I took the job at Elysium. Your agency took too long,
Wow.
man. The offer was too good.
Mm.
Yeah, I gave them a pretty
Tell me
big
about it.
range, and they gave me. I didn't even have to negotiate. Like they just gave me the top of the range. They gave me all the benefits that I want. There's some stock options at the end of the first year. I even this is the first time I actually asked for a specific device because I've been hearing a lot of people are running what is it, Alpaca on their like M series devices on Apple devices. So instead of the M1 MacBook Pro, I asked for I think a Mac Mini Pro, the M2 Mac Mini Pro. Because I know
BM2,
yeah, because the
Mm-hmm.
M1 MacBooks have issues with multiple monitors anyways. So the VP of engineering understands the issues there. But yeah, I'm getting a brand new device, no hand-me-downs.
So tell me about the company.
Yeah, so they're on Shopify, plus they are international, and they do like health supplements. They can't call it like medicine or whatever because you have to go through like FDA approval and stuff like that. But they're a startup. They're in Series D. So they're probably going to go public soon because based on some numbers, they're probably making roughly like 10x of their payroll. So they're profitable. They have a team of scientists and all of that. The team is pretty lean in terms of development. I think there's just the VP of engineering. They're hiring me on. They're looking to expand the dev team internally up to like 5 people or so. But right now it's mostly like contractors and like partner agencies. But the marketing team, I interviewed with sort of the VP of growth marketing, and she says that like a lot of their development ask comes back like not looking like what they designed or what they asked for. So there's been a lot of
So it makes sense to bring it in internally.
yeah. So now
Mhm.
they're big enough, they're profitable, and so they want to bring it internally and have more control. And like they want have you heard of like OptiMind and all of those like yeah,
Yes.
those health supplements, kind of like microdosing type of, people. But Elysium Health is, I think their demographic is mostly like older, older people. So not like techie people, but like just like people who want to feel young, in their like 45s and older, stuff like that. Um, and as you know, the older demographic is growing, so I think there's a lot of room for growth here. But yeah, just like talking with the team, they have a really cool like mission and mentality of like improving people's health. And I don't know like and understand all the science behind it, but I'll definitely look into it. But it's probably have to do with like mushroom, like a mixture of mushroom supplements and vitamins and all of that stuff. So it's interesting.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that you just got a job using Shopify to sell mushrooms online?
Oh yeah, mushroom
Incredible.
pills.
What what a
This universe is
time
weird.
to be alive.
What time to be alive?
Look, I always felt that if people had that experience, they may start rethinking everything they're doing in their life.
And these are not your everyday mushrooms. These are premium mushrooms. You should check out the website.
Easy.
They really want to be
You're
like
a,
a premium brand. Like,
this guy is a digital drug pusher for psychedelic reawakening. So you're fucking like a digital shaman, basically. That's incredible.
that is an interesting way to push it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is. You're a digital shaman. What do you do?
there,
I help this dispense.
there's this documentary on Netflix called Fantastic Fungi. Like, it's a great
Mm,
documentary.
here, I, Ali did her degree in evolutionary ecology, and when she walked me down the rabbit hole of like the fungi, I started looking up like mycorrhizal networks and mother trees and the exchange that happens between the fungus and the trees. You have nutrients and going one way and like fucking what's the exchange, Ali, between the tree and the fungus?
Food and micronutrients.
Yeah. So what are the micronutrients? Like nitrogen?
Nitrogen mostly.
Nitrogen mostly, right? Yeah.
Nitrogen exists in an inorganic state mostly, and there are only two things that really turn it into an organic in which you can actually partake and use it. Lightning.
Yes.
Lightning's one, and the other are funguses and bacteria. So that's it.
So I'm gonna put this to the top. It's called lightning is a fertilizer. And I was like, what are you talking about? You're saying when lightning hits the earth, it helps make it splits nitrogen into nitrous oxide. Now we have food for organic material. What do you mean a lightning can create food for organic material?
Dang, that's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, The Secret Life of Plants. My mom has that book.
I think it's wild that plants could only grow to a maximum of 2 meters if they didn't have the fungus.
Oh, the fungus is not present.
Yeah, when the fungus isn't present, they can't grow to, trees can't be taller than 2 meters.
It's like they have a grass ceiling.
Yes.
Hey, that was a good one. Right, Emmy? See, Emmy's with me. Grass ceiling. If you don't engage with the fungus, you will have a grass ceiling.
I was watching this like behind the scenes of like I think it was like this show like Star Trek Discovery or something like that, and they were talking about how like the writers for the show really wanted to kind of like add like mushroom and like mycelial network theory into like the lore of the show. It was super interesting that they decided to do that. Like they had like the mushroom guy, like a famous mushroom guy, kind of chime in onto like how that science would like work.
You guys aren't talking about The Last of Us, are you?
No, we're talking about mushrooms because apparently I sell high brand mushroom supplements now online.
Yeah, let me do the commercial. So Emmy, Rocky is now a digital shaman, and what I mean by that is he just joined an organization that has mushroom infused supplements, and it's very high grade. And so, as a part of the Shopify team, his goal is to make sure that the onboarding process for opening the third eye is as liquid as possible.
Great, got it. So when you say supplements, do you mean lies? Like, I know like supplements, like they get looped into like a lot of like MLM stuff. Is it like that kind of thing, or is it like the good kind of
I
supplements,
mean, you
the
can go
kind that
check
are
it
right?
out. It's called Elysium Health. I mean, I haven't even started. My first day is on Monday, so they're a Series D startup. They're international, and they're looking to break into the U.S. market.
Well, first of all, congrats on the new role. Um, And second of all, mushrooms are in the ether because my sister is she's waiting to hear for an offer from a company called Fable Food, which makes meat substitutes through shiitake mushroom. Um, and they're sort of like third wave meat substitutes. You know, they're going beyond the beyond burger. You know, trying to make it more stringy, more meaty, I guess. But the reason I asked about The Last of Us is because that show is actually about cordyceps. And the thing that they say, that they posit, is that in the show at least, not the video game necessarily, but because the earth is warming up, humans are cooling down, and so the body temperature decreases, which allows for cordyceps to live inside of a human body and grow and take over the mind and use, like it does with ants, and use the human as like a puppet as it just survives and grows. It's crazy.
I have a question. No, it's a pitch actually. What about a staffing agency called semi-automatics or semi-automatic? And the idea behind a staffing agency is that the candidates provided by semi-automatic are people that have semi-autism. So they don't have like full autism, but they have semi-autism, enough to make them useful behind a keyboard.
I think it's genius. And I think so. The first thing that came to mind is it's funny is the recruiting agency that I really made my bones at was called the Hired Guns, so that's funny. Um, but yes, the thing you need to worry about here is POA, is proof of autism, or POSA, proof of semi-autism. I think that's going to be a real barrier. I think you might need to establish some kind of DAO for that kind of thing in order for it to be truly verified. I think some of the self-declared um, people with ASD are some of the most brilliant engineers out there right now.
Right? So it's like risk cannot be destroyed. Risk can only be transformed, Hofstein. So the idea behind semi-automatic is that they're just autistic enough to make you really effective, but not enough to disrupt the Zoom meeting.
Yes, and I think the new tools that are being generated with avatars as well as the NVIDIA eye contact module. I think there's going to be a lot of growth in stabilization of Zoom calls. So it's really, you're coming in, the strike while the iron's hot. I think this is it.
Strike while the iron's hot.
Yep. I made her like a new friend the other day, last year. And they're from Ukraine. And so I've been paying attention to idioms a lot recently, because that's the thing that's like tough about English, is that there's so many of them. And strike while the iron hot is a good one. So I don't even, do you strike an iron? Oh yes, because it's not about ironing clothes. I just realized that, because it's like for making stuff with iron, not ironing clothes. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now.
I could talk about idioms until the cows come home.
Oh god, he's gonna talk my ear off. God.
What really annoys me is when there's someone who's like talking to someone else who's a new like English speaker, shall we say, like English is not their first language, and then I see them talking to them and they're like using all these idioms, and it's like, look, mate, they're not gonna understand those crazy idioms. Just like you gotta, just talk plainly,
Yeah, and because we're collaborating a lot, I picked up some of her speech patterns, and she tends to drop a lot of like articles and stuff, because apparently, I think some languages just don't have them. So I kind of like not using articles, like, and even like I guess that's an article, or conjunctions. No, conjunctions aren't important, but articles. And this is coming from the child of two journalists, mind you. I'm saying do away with the articles. This is a nice time to reflect, a nice pause. It's a good pause, a little moratorium for the syndicate moratorium.
I'm just gonna start lunch, so you guys carry on talking.
Yeah, while you eat lunch, I'm going to think of some new safety protocols uh, while you're out to lunch.
Do you have a bunch of repetitive tasks, very technical in nature, that you're finding it hard to find people to do? Well, that's why we created semi-automatic. That's right, semi-automatic. Let's make autism work for you.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I've been working with semi-automatics for. I'm a very satisfied customer. I can't understand any of my employees, and they accuse me of all types of stuff. And most of them are large whales in GRChat.
That's right, semi-automatic. You ever have your best engineer just disrupt your Zoom meetings? Well, that's what happens when you have a fully automatic, and that's why we created semi-automatic. Just autistic enough to help without disrupting your next Zoom meeting. Semi-automatic. Let's get autism working for you.
Okay, I'm back. Am I still working? This shouldn't work. I was on the phone.
Man, how's it going? We I think we have consensus
Yeah.
that the semi-automatic staffing agency. Remember how you were talking about how like you need to like spin up this agency? So
Yep.
I was thinking about we calling it semi-automatics.
Semi-automatics, man.
Just
Semi-automatics.
smart enough to get the work done, focused enough to get the work done, and semi enough not to disrupt the Zoom meeting.
Wow.
Fully
You know,
automatic is sometimes hard to control. You know what I mean? Like they have a lot of power, and sometimes you try to point the muzzle in one direction, and all of a sudden it's like the gun's going crazy because it's hard to control. Yeah, that's why you need like a semi-auto.
Nice. I like it. Man,
I
I
was on a
gotta go.
BD call. I want
Mm.
to make this joke real quick. I was on a BD call, and they asked me about pricing models, and I said, "Well, it's a spectrum." Yeah. What is a semi-automatic, though? What does that mean for guns? Anybody know?
So if you hold down the trigger and the gun keeps shooting, that's fully automatic.
Yes.
Semi-auto, right? And so semi, you have to click the trigger every time.
So what's non what is non-automatic?
When you have to cock the hammer for every trigger pull.
Oh, like a pump action shotgun?
In a way, yeah. But imagine like a little pistol, right? So it's like cock, you know, put the bullets in, close the chamber, cock the weapon, fire. To fire again, you have to cock the weapon again. With
Yeah.
the semi-automatic, you could just press the trigger without doing the cocking. And with the fully automatic, you hold down the trigger and that shit just keeps firing.
I was at an event at South by Southwest, and I met a guy who does firearm design for 3D printing of weapons.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
and he and he said, he was like, look, and I was like, oh, you mean like those mods that you can like do on guns to like turn them into automatic? And he's like, yeah, but like honestly, you don't even need automatics. You don't even need like automatic weapons in an urban setting. Mostly automatic weapons are just used to spray in a war environment to keep your
Yes.
enemies from like poking their heads up and stuff. Um, and that was interesting to me. So I guess it's most effective when you're firing at like people who are not armed, because then it works. You don't have to like, that's not a factor as much. It's because you're not worried
Yeah.
about them poking their heads out. You want them to like poke their heads out and be there.
Yeah, like I just did a gun course, so it's all kind of fucking fresh in my mind. But after handling a semi-automatic, I'm like, yo, that's plenty. When you think about like aim, if you have good aim, a semi-automatic is a semi-automatic in a semi-trained hand is better than an automatic in an untrained hand. You know what I mean? Because of the directionality. Because every time you miss, you put yourself farther and farther away of obtaining your target.
Because they hide and try to maneuver away from
Exactly.
your bullets. Yeah, it's funny. You know, everything I know about guns is mostly from movies, and because I know about what is it, kickback, or you know, uh, recoil or whatever.
Uh-huh.
You know, and I imagine an automatic weapon in an untrained hand will just go flying all over the place. You shoot
Yes.
it, and it just like you just like do a freaking spiral, or like a scatter plot of bullets.
Yeah,
Um,
it happens like if you ever look at like weddings where they shoot guns, you'll see a bunch of people lose control over their muzzles. you know, and all of a sudden people are losing toes. Yeah, it's kind of like a motorcycle. So like if the first motorcycle you ever ride is like a Ninja with like 450 cc's, you're going to be in trouble because to handle that much power as the first thing you're handling, it's, it overpowers people.
Yeah, and going back to gun cinema, there are two things I think of. Of course, the taxi driver, okay, I'm going to get gun now, is great. But I really like how they did it in Breaking Bad because he was so inexperienced and kind of freaked out. And the guy was like, you got to get a 38 snub. And he like spends all this time like looking at it and practicing. And it really shows you the dedication that you need to have, the conviction to
Hmm.
maintain and successfully operate a firearm.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because you see this inanimate object on the table and you're like, oh, well, there it is. But it's like this mystical thing because in this, you know, thing that looks like a long branch has the ability to do all this destruction. It's almost like it should look more menacing than it is. Like it
Yeah,
should
well,
have like if there was an augmented reality version of a gun, there would be like all of these, alarms going off. Alert, alert, there might be one left in the chamber.
yes. I think, in addition to having a lot of military applications, I think XR is definitely a good thing for gun safety.
Oh man, huge. I never touched a gun before in my 40 years on the planet than a week ago. And now at least I know if there's a gun on the ground, I know how to at least disarm it and make it neutral, right? Make it ineffective. I'm more interested in helping disarm a weapon from being used than arming. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I think it's so interesting. I know you're of a northern ilk,
mm-hmm.
and I am in a more of a central ilk, and the folks in this ilk have a real preference for the firing of weapons, and I think it's scary. I look at a gun and I'm like, I don't want to touch it because I'm afraid it'll
Yep.
go off in my
Uh-huh.
pocket
Exactly.
or my. And you're not even supposed to put a gun in your pocket. You're supposed to put it in your waistband of your pants. That's what I see
Yeah,
in the
that's
movie.
nuts. That's right next to your butt. What are you doing? You're gonna blow your ass off.
Exactly.
Are you
Exactly.
crazy?
Why don't you put the gun on a leash, and put wheels on it, or put it on a roller skate? You put
Why
the
don't you?
gun inside a roller skate and you wheel it around.
I feel like if I ever to use a gun quickly requires a lot of practice, let alone to use it slowly.
Well, that's the thing with both Taxi Driver and Breaking Bad. So much attention was paid to the draw, and that's a lot of the westerns. That's like, what's your draw? You get quick draw.
There's a cool thing I looked up after I took the course, which is they compare how different types of guns are loaded in all of the video games. And they put it side, one after the another. So this is the single action revolver in Call of Duty, Battlefield, and all this kind of stuff. And it's cool to see them like load all these weapons because while it's a bit theatric, they're still going through the steps of okay, so the gun is empty, you open the chamber, you fill it with bullets, you close it, you load one into the chamber, and then you fire, right? So it's like it's kind of half accurate, all of these things. If someone like if you ever want to see how a gun is loaded, look at like compilation of how guns are loaded in video games, and it'll give you a good idea. I was surprised.
Well, the interesting thing is, in The Last of Us, to bring it back to that, not only do you find weapons and fire them you actually go about like collecting these sort of generic little tools, and then you can actually level up. You can mod your gun, and it actually like you find these work tables in the different environments, and you go into POV and they actually like take the gun apart and clean it and add stuff to it. And they get pretty specific about what you can add. Like I didn't know that like to increase stability, you can add weight to the stock or the muzzle or whatever. And that's like one of the options. It's like add weight to decrease shake while you're shooting. And then you have Grand Theft Auto where you could like in your pocket you had like a grenade launcher and a Uzi and a machine gun and a shotgun, and they were just you just like I'm pull out of my pocket. I got all of it and a bat.
What was your motivation for doing the gun course?
Oh, my professor from U of T, he was teaching the course. And so he asked us if we wanted to take it because he's now teaching it. So we're like, okay. But I had no idea what to expect. Right? You know, you never really expect to see guns for the first time. And they're like, well, there they are. That's so that's what you know, the first thing I did is looked up Arnold Schwarzenegger using the lever action shotgun on the motorcycle in Terminator 2. You know when he reloads it? But yeah, not much of a motorcycle.
I actually haven't watched that movie, but
Is that the one-handed thing where he just sort of
Yeah,
like flicks it down and pops
yeah,
it back up?
yeah. That's
Yeah,
a
that's
lever
cool.
action shotgun. And so when I use it for the first time, I'm like, oh shit, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I feel like Mel Gibson has one in Road Warrior too, but I might just be
No,
wishing
it's a
that he
very
did.
yeah. If you ever look up video game loading of lever action shotgun, you're gonna see some like really theatrical loads. It's cool. There's actually an old man who recreates it on YouTube.
Yeah, because like yeah, in this country, we have like our early adopters. Like it's definitely a strong niche, but I think if we really want to see mass adoption, we really need to pay a lot more attention to aesthetic, and people want to have some identity in their firearm. You know, why can't I have an Argyle firearm? Why can't I have a firearm that smells like sandalwood? These kinds of things are just totally missing. And I really think this is something that these companies need to pay attention to.
And put at the top is different revolvers loading in video games. So this guy goes through like I can't remember how many at this point. 60 different video games. So Rocky, when do you start?
I started Monday. I wanted to start like as soon as I could.
Nice. Did you ever connect with Ahmed with that UX thing?
I did, but I was not able to convince
You have a
Melissa
hard, you
to
have a strong negotiating candidate on your hands.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that she has the skills, and because she's done like what is it, like volunteer projects before. She went through the course and she has background in research, but I think she's been working in banking for so long that she's like, oh, like I don't know what to do and stuff like that. And I'm like, you just do what you've always done. You do the UX research, you figure out what people want, and then you just design. But I don't know. Maybe she's not ready.
Yeah, I mean, you also have a lot of experience, so you know that to know one way is to know all ways. And whether you're selling mushrooms or carrots or actual beef, the same fundamentals apply. It's not on any one color, but it's on the idea of a flow, and we're looking at where friction is.
Yeah, I'll probably have to keep an eye out and see if anyone else. I might check out LinkedIn actually. I'm connected to a couple people who are looking for work.
This is a friend you're trying to help get into product design, or?
My girlfriend has a background in research, and then she's looking into UI UX design, but she currently works in banking. And I'm like trying to convince her, like, you know, um, now is the time. We
Is
start
she on
today.
the? What does she do in banking?
She started off as a bank teller, and then now she works in services. And I think she's getting training in like real estate loans and things like that. I think the real estate stuff would be relevant.
What's wrong with sticking with like a banking career?
She's an introvert, and so like just working with people all day like really tires her out. And then she has like crazy stories about people and just like interactions that she has. Because she works in a city called Fountain Valley, and like it's very interesting, just because like um, Fountain Valley is like a very well off like city. Surrounding them is not very well off. So the people can be like really entitled, and she's seen a large spectrum of like from people who have like millions of dollars and don't know what to do with their money, and then the other end of the spectrum there are people who are coming in to take out $35,000 loans to pay off credit card debt. Like, yeah.
So is it when you say these crazy interactions, is that more so with the customers or her
Yeah, like the
colleagues?
customers. So like yesterday she was
Okay.
sharing how so I think his name is like Tyler or something. He's like brand new. He started like a week ago, and like this lady comes in and she's all nice, and she's like polite early on, and then she wanted to withdraw $15,000, which is in cash, which is a lot of money, right? And usually with this stuff, this is a pretty small bank. It's a credit union, right? And so like with this, he just started, and so he has certain limits. So he has to like talk to his manager, and so he very politely he's like, hey, like I'm new here, like this is above my limit, and this is a lot of cash. I'm gonna talk to my manager to make sure we have like enough, and I'm not sure we can approve you today. You might have to take it out in parts. And I don't know what's going on with this lady in her life, but she chose violence that day. And she was like screaming and be like, I don't want to be a part of this bank anymore. Like, what do you mean you can't, like, I can't take out my cash? Like, it's my money or whatever. This makes me want to take out all my money, and like made like a whole scene of it. And this poor kid who just started, I think he's just like a freshman in college or something, who's just starting off as like a bank teller, uh, trying to just make a living. And this lady woke up on the wrong side of the bed that morning and chose violence.
Is there? Because it's tough to pivot, as everybody knows it. You said she's done like she did a boot camp.
Yeah, so she did a lot of research at university. So she has a bachelor's in psychology, and so most of her background is research related. And then she did the I think like the Google UX boot camp, and then she knew that she needed some experience, and so she did like volunteer projects for like certain applications that were like needing UX research, um, like analyzing like COVID data, like when that was like much more relevant, right? Um, and then she did a couple of small projects like as like contract positions, but she was like really stoked about this one job called Hallow. It's like calm, but like for like Christians, I guess. And so she, I warned her. I was like, hey, like I know you really like this job, and like it's like a good fit in terms of like what you're looking for and the team and stuff like that. But like, don't get discouraged like if you don't get it right. And then unfortunately, she didn't get it, so like she's been like really turned off on like applying again. Um, but you know, I don't want to be that kind of boyfriend who's like controlling and too pushy, because that's what like her exes were like. So I'm trying to like tread the line of encouraging and um not crossing to be controlling or anything like that. But yeah.
Is there like a scene around a design scene, like meetups, stuff like that?
I've encouraged her to go to like hackathons, right? Because like especially like with all the blockchain stuff going on, that's like DeFi and finance related. I've encouraged her to go because then because she has a background now in banking, she has some insight into like the user journey and user personas and the demographics. Um, but she hasn't really jumped on it.
Well, I hear your thing about not wanting to be pushy. When I'm dealing with a challenge, sometimes I get frustrated with people who continue to just lob ideas at me. Um, and it goes into my own frustration with my own initiative and decision making and stuff. So I understand it could be a fine line to traverse, a balance beam.
Yeah, I try not to bring it up too often. Every now and then I'll be like, hey, like, whenever you're ready. I've been like taking notes. Like I'm on like she doesn't like LinkedIn, but like I I am a big lurker on LinkedIn. And so like I'm always following all these like UX people and like taking notes and capturing things onto Notion and trying to organize everything. She's a big note taker too. And so like, whenever she's ready, I have the resources I can share with her. And some of the people who come here on the syndicate are UX people too. So whenever she's ready, like it's not the lack of resources or knowing people. I think it's just a matter of waiting until she's ready.
Do you want to be a UX designer?
I do some design work, and so I mostly work in the e-commerce space, and so I work very closely with UX and customer experience teams.
Maybe if you got a UX job, it would motivate her more.
I mean, I just got a new front end development job. I was joking with my buddies about because like I am a workaholic, so um, I'm winding things down. But like before this, like I have my own like a LLC that I do all my contract work through. So I would normally do a full time job, contract work through the agency, retainer work, and then at one point uh, I was basically working like almost like two jobs. And so like all my friends are like, "Hey, you need to stop." And like and at the same time like I was like volunteering at the same time. And so like all hours of the day was like booked. I don't do that anymore, but I was joking that if I got two offers this week that I was going to take both.
Well, you wouldn't be alone. There's definitely people out there that are doing the two full-time jobs. Uh, you know, listening in on the Zoom call while you're on mute in another meeting. Uh, 2x. It's a sign of the times. Full remote, async. Uh, Everybody's phone
Yeah, I've
rings.
heard stories. I think like some people write about it, especially if it's like they have a full time like W-2 and then they have like a full time like contract job that's like consulting or something like that. Definitely possible.
Well, I wish your girlfriend the utmost success in the growing field of design which will not be disrupted by generative programs.
Well, I think if that's the case, then she'll just work in banking. I think a part of the design process would be taken over by AI for sure. I think that's why I've like kind of steered her towards research. I mean, she enjoys the research part anyways, and so I think the tooling there is really going to help in research and um, analytics and making sure like data visualization. I think it's going to help in the field. I don't think it will completely take over it. If anything, the UI part is definitely going to be affected more than the UX part. But I have noticed it though, like just from the people that I've connected with on LinkedIn, I do notice there's been like a slowdown in hiring for UI and UX positions, especially for like junior to mid level. But this is my opinion. But I also think people are just bad at like showcasing their skills. And honestly, like thanks to like Michael and Rockets down there, like I've gotten a lot better at it for sure. How's it going, Rockets? Michael, you there? Is he gone again?
Finally, The Rock has come back to the Syndicate.
I mean, what do you think, Michael? Like, what should I be doing to better encourage Melissa to actually like adopt
Um,
UX stuff? So, like, I guess some context, like, before this, before her current job, like, she worked as like a tutor, at a tutoring center,
mhm.
and then she worked as like an office person, and like her like I guess her first like main like I guess you could say like big girl job has been this banking job, right? And so like I can understand like switching from that type of work to a totally completely new career. It could be pretty daunting. Like I feel like I've gotten used to it just because like I've built
And you know what?
up the
It,
grit
not
for it for
not
like
that it
failure.
not that it could be daunting. It should be daunting if it's your first time. It's natural for it to be daunting.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I
So
mean,
I
I
think
just don't know how to get.
what well, the first thing is what she's going through is natural, right? And I think if she can observe you, like, have you guys been together where you have a job like the one you just got?
Yes, yes. Like,
Okay,
yeah,
right.
yeah,
A lot of your work is going to be quasi UX, anyways, right? So I think if you can, if she's exposed to the UX tasks and how you're incorporating what she's just learned into what you're doing, then exposure therapy, right?
yeah, for sure. I'll slowly ease it in.
Hmm. That's what she said. Ruckus, you caught up on your emails?
Yeah. Today was performance review, so it was exhausting.
Were you administering the performance reviews?
Yes.
Uh-huh. You're part of the man now. Looking over your notes from those meetings.
And it's what's interesting. Someone dropped a really. Someone said, we noticed that kind of the same answers, and they're like, well, maybe they use Chat GPT, and that just kind
Mm-hmm.
of like took a turn.
Right.
Um,
The inauthenticity of it.
yeah, because it's like,
Mm-hmm.
because they were great, you know what I mean? But it was exhausting also. But then I was like, gosh, what if they did use Chat GPT? That would be bad. But
I mean, you're using it for your customers. I
That's
mean,
when you copy it in and be like, "Can you summarize this,
yeah,
please?"
well, I didn't want. It was too many. I was like, nah. But it was just like a monkey wrench in the, and it was just, it's different now, I guess. You know what I mean? So
it is what
it
it
is
is.
what. I know Dan hates that.
We have to use. We have to figure out how to use your catchphrases in every
It is what
appearance.
it is. What can you do? I mean, what are you going to do about it? That's the thing.
That's another
What
good
are you going
one.
to do about it? You know what I mean? What can you do?
It is what it is, and then you could follow up with, "What are you
Well,
going to
what
do
can you
about it?"
do? What can you do about it? It's
Yeah.
What is it? I was sharing with Melissa how you say that a lot, and then she's like, what? Another thing you could is it do be like that sometimes.
It do be like that sometimes.
my boss says par for the course all the time. Yeah,
Mm, same as it ever
yeah,
was.
par for the course.
My other boss had, I know it wasn't on the brochure, but you're on the cruise now.
Yeah, and I'm solutions oriented. Like I think that's one of the annoying things about my personality. Like I'll listen to you vent, but then after a few minutes, I want a solution, and so just so we can move on. And a lot of times, there's just not a solution um, to problems.
Isn't that just how like most guys think?
Is it? Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's how most guys think.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, I get a lot.
You're
Yeah,
just trying to get
I
back to
think
your
that
video game.
No, I get a lot of crap about that because you know what I mean. But I like your answer.
Yeah.
You know.
Hmm. People sometimes get mad if you don't seem passionate about things that they're passionate about, or that's the burden of management, right? Yes, I know they did this. Oh, they did that. Yes, they did this. Oh, they said that. Oh, yeah. And what did you do? Oh, you did nothing. Uh-huh. Okay. This just happened out of nowhere, I guess. Oh, yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, it's just
And you agree with both people who disagree with each other.
that's probably why I find myself in leadership roles.
That's it. You can agree with people who disagree with each other. Most of it is consent. My boss told me that he hired me to be a manager because I could do the social work. I'm like, ugh, I'm doing social work? I guess. I guess that's what a scrum master is, right? It's a social worker.
One of the things that's on our radar is in meetings, Zoom meeting. So there's no guidelines for working from home, and so we're writing guidelines pretty much. And so we're what's on our radar.
No more bongs during
Oh my!
Zoom
Did I tell you
meetings.
about that one? Like, turn your mic off. You know what I mean? It's like we can hear that.
Yeah, that's not a slushy,
It's
motherfucker.
like, oh my god, turn your mic off.
The slushy isn't over.
Yeah, and then women hitting on women.
No, it's bubble tea. Get the
No, it's
fuck
not
out of
bubble
here,
tea. Like,
bubble tea.
turn,
It's not.
turn your mic off. So, so we're asking. So everyone's going to be recording Zoom calls from now on. Like that should be like by default. So you.
Yeah, whenever I join a Zoom call, I'm assuming it's being recorded.
Yeah, they're not all. Some are not all. I don't know if they remember to do it or remind, but just
Well, nobody can stop someone for recording their screen locally. So you know how I record your voice, right?
Yeah.
When it's not here, right? I'm just recording the screen. Hey, Casey, this thing looks pretty cool. Ooh, it's moving now. It's a little 3D. Oh, come on, 3D. I'm gonna post this link to the top.
I'm just ripping off the Band-Aid, folks. All right, where'd you rip off the Band-Aid, Dan? Well, I've been avoiding this conversation with my partner about the construction startup for like ever. Basically, it was a deal I initially orchestrated and got into. It's a construction business. They basically do lead gen for construction agencies, and then they have a really cool networking group that gets hammered like twice a week. Anyway, good people in general. But I liked it. It was cool. And I knew the guy, and he was having struggles with what he was doing with this data mining thing. And I'm like, dude, I love data. I love the mine. Let's get together, have a drink. So I started getting into it. And I'm like, dude, where you get this data? And it's like public sources. And I'm like, dude, I love the public sources. Let's do this. So then we got together on that. And then it was like, dude, have you thought about doing this correlation with that notion? No. Well, dude, we can do that. And we started working on that and some really cool shit. And then AI arrives and is like, hey guys, hey bitches, what's up? And we're trying to code up a solution. And AI is like, motherfuckers, I'm here for you. And I'm like, what do you mean? And it's like, just ask me anything, dude. It's like this gift I've got. Can you make a database that's bunches of right? So that we're in this like new awakening of amazing shit, which is totally badass. But then I left that company I used to work for. I'm still part of it. Of course I'm still part of it. But I'm obviously going my way. And I had to like tell my partner, like, the deal I orchestrated that you're still in? Don't you worry. I'm still in it too. Which is true. He was never gonna do that. He's never gonna do that fucking deal. He was never gonna take it. He didn't even know what it was about. But I'm letting them know just because I'm leaving, just because I'm out of the kitty doesn't mean I'm out of construction. So I had to rip off that Band-Aid because I know he wants to finalize the paperwork and everything. And I'm trying to tell him, dude, not only should you stay in the deal and actually get paperwork done as fast as possible in a lot of ways, because once I sort of start coming in and Manish and I work out, we redo the scrape, we're like 2 steps away from AI at that point, and then we're like rolling our own freaking neural net around this thing, and that's gonna be fucking amazing. That means I can scale to every city and every market like in an insane way and super fast with it. Oh my god! And with that, I've seen my competitors, and they're valued between 4 to 5 million. Right, that's what they're raising on, and they don't do half of the narrative I'm doing. Got this. So I'm like, go and finish the fucking paperwork. Get in. And I felt good because I was avoiding talking to him because I kind of trying to figure out how we all get along in the car together. You know what I mean? But no, man. It's simple. Get in with the gravity that we currently have. Like, currently enjoy the physics or get the fuck out because I got the physics and it's working, you know? Anyways, that's it. Hey, everybody. It's good to see you. Welcome to 817 here on the East Coast.
You're listening to the Syndicate, semi-automatic. That's right, semi-automatic.
We're
Let's
talking
make
about semi-automatic thinking. What is semi-automatic
no
thinking?
like semi autism. Like it's a staffing agency for people with semi-autism, and so we're calling the staffing agency semi-automatic.
The only problem with that is that I feel like autism is cool now, and I feel like I need to maybe, you know what I mean? I almost feel like everyone has like residual autistic now. You know what I mean? Imagine if it like cerebral palsy was really big and like super popular, and everyone was like, "Yeah, I have a little bit of like, show me, like, do you really have any or no?" I don't know. It's just weird observation, and it's Thursday night. It's like a Friday. Hmm. Man, the future is gonna be fucking nuts, and the layer's not even here yet. Once the layer arrives, we're gonna have 18 months of mayhem. People going like, "Dude, check this out! I can see a camel in front of me. I can almost touch the camel. It's amazing." Then it's gonna be like, "Is that Biden on a camel? It sure is." Right? It's gonna be that, and then it's gonna be like, "Dude, there's a bunch of KKK members here in the corner. What's up with that?" Right? Because you can have the good and bad of it, and then like it's gonna mean like more layoffs are gonna happen. Just in, GM just announced laying off everyone except for the guy that opens the building in the morning. It's like our dystopia is definitely on the way, but I don't know. I'm cheering. I feel like I'm jumping on the bomb. You know, I'm gonna ride the bomb down. Yeah, yeah, let's ride it.
Oh, they have a picture of the new Lamborghini. The thing is amazing. I don't know if you guys seen it, but I just saw it. So, showing. That thing's nice. Sorry.
That's my favorite car.
Oh my gosh, it's the I can't pronounce it. It's Revolto.
Mm.
Revolto. It's gorgeous. I didn't like the Aventador.
They look like well, I mean, they're supposed to look like that because they emulated like a fighter jet. You saw
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the Aventador was a little too round in the front.
Mm-hmm.
But this one looks nice. Looks like they got the edges right.
The edges right.
Really? This is
Like a
this is
hair.
man talk, okay? Can you back off?
Thanks.
Thank you. You back out. This is man talk.
You can lift up your shirt. Whatever. Hey, Mike.
What? Hey, how's your vacation? Aren't you so glad that you paid that heating bill before you came back? Oh, it's
We
so
did it. Did
relaxing.
we pay it on our way? Do we?
No, somebody.
I got yelled at because I tried to pay the bills before we left for vacation, and somebody got upset with me and yelled at me so bad.
But was the money in there when we got back?
It was, but that's
Okay,
not the
well,
point.
thank you. I get nervous when we go out of the country because you never know. Like, we've heard stories of people having to get like surgery. Remember your friend who had to get that?
Yes.
Like $3,000,
$10,000,
and she was calling relatives to scrape money together.
Paying the utility bill isn't going to make a big
Well, I
difference.
just got nervous about that.
Oh, you want to be as liquid. The thing is, you're too used to hip hop culture where they carry all of their net worth in their front
On their
pocket.
chain in their mouth.
Yeah.
No, I get nervous about not having
I
enough.
actually heard that about a Rolex. Like, if you have a Rolex, it's like travel insurance because you could always trade the Rolex for a ticket back home. I wonder if you could use that for, like, your health insurance. Be like, look, I have this watch.
Yeah, no, I don't know, right? It's Mexico,
We
you
got
know?
2 kids.
You know what I mean? Like, you never know.
Gotta be worth something.
That story, your friend scraping money, calling relatives, having to
No,
scrape $10,000.
He actually ended up calling his company, and his company fronted him the $10,000 so that his daughter could get that surgery.
Nice.
But he had to call around to relatives first, right?
They did, but then
Yeah, Marcus is an asshole,
Well,
eh?
I mean, that's a.
I can always tell when there's a point that Ruckus wants to make because he brings it up 5 times in a row. Yes, Ruckus, we heard you the first time. Shit.
That's kind of scary when you're outside the country and you're like,
oh my god, again.
I'm sorry. Okay, I did it again. I know. I just get nervous.
It's okay. It's the Ruckus operandi. I enjoy it. Right? When there's an opportunity to shit on somebody you don't like, you really take it.
he goes all in.
What are you talking about?
He goes all in.
What do you mean?
When you want to tear somebody down?
Yeah?
He can't help himself. It's like his Olympics.
What are you talking about?
He knows you.
He enjoys it too. I can hear the smile on the phone.
You do. You go all in.
I do?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Tear someone down. But do I bother anyone though?
Yes.
It's kind of like a battle rapper who's battling someone in their head alone.
We call that person Uncle Mo.
Whatever. Okay. That's honest feedback.
Yo, what's going on with your pockets, bro? I heard you got sick up in Mexico, and it's like just you.
Okay, that's honest feedback. Okay, that's all right.
It's okay to enjoy making fun of other people, and this is coming from a comedian.
Yeah.
It's one of the most enjoyable things to do. Yeah?
As soon as we got back home, guess what? Paid the bill. Like that weekend, paid it. No problem.
Take that. Take that.
Oh yeah, pay it. Yeah, take it because we made it home safely.
You should do that, like just to feel good about yourself. Just like a few days before the bill is due, you pay it early and then do the Puff Daddy take that. Or you call them on the phone. Hey, I'd like to pay my bill early this week. You'd like to what? Pay my bill early this week? Oh, you can do that online. No. I want to let you know that I'm actually giving my fucking money to you a few days early. I want to hear the thank you. I want to hear the thank you.
The call I got, I think yesterday, I was talking to you guys, was the bank. So my card got compromised December, January, skimmer got it, whatever. So I went out and got my bank offered a 0% credit card kind of. So, the thought is to use that instead of your debit card, right?
Depending on the fee structure, sure.
Just on the fee structure, right. So, but
I mean, if you're paying it if you use it and pay it within the same period, things like that.
Yep. Every, pay period, just, it's just groceries and gas.
There are ways to use those cards to boost your credit in ways that,
Yes. And that's just get it and pay it off, right? Every month.
Mm-hmm.
So he called and he was like, do you still have the card? The bank called and I was like, yeah, I still have it. He's like, well, you're not using it. And I was like, oh yeah, no, it's just something for me to have,
I like having it in my wallet.
Exactly, right? He was like, I need you to use it at least once. You know, and then explained that they can turn the card off if it's not used. And I was like, oh, well, I don't want that. So, because when my debit card got compromised, it got hit. They did end up getting like a few people, debiting, take money out of their debit account, which I don't want. So, I guess a credit card, is better than carrying that thing or using the debit card. And it happened twice. And like it happened in December and in January. So I got a little nervous.
Well, if you could just do a transfer and then pay, then you could, use that money to pay a bill and then transfer at the same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Right?
That's exactly what I did. And that's what I do with that.
Or you can buy a bag of cashews and be like, fuck you, guys, bank.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like we have businesses here that don't take cash. They're starting not to take cash anymore.
Yeah, that's liability.
That's so dumb. I blame
No, it's so scary.
It is scary.
It's so scary.
I can't remember who did.
I remember trying to pay my phone bill. I'm like, you hold on. You're telling me that I have cash in my
your
hand and you will not accept it for my cell phone bill. I just want to be sure on it. Yes. Okay. Well, guys, this is the world.
Exactly.
And you see it in an instant.
Pretty soon, the only person who's going to take cash is the taco truck on the street.
Oh man, they're going to want Monero because it sounds Spanish.
Hey, it's private.
And I imagine it's for tax purposes, right? To keep track of, theft and then taxes.
What?
Just don't take cash.
Well, I mean, don't take cash. It requires you not to engage in the services of an armored truck
Oh, yeah.
to get your money. Think about the liability that it takes to have a cash register, right? And now every time, you ever see those fucking things where they're like ripping purses out of Gucci stores and shit?
Yeah, there's grabbing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Stash and grab. Yeah. Crash and grab.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about it.
It goes through the options. I can hear it. Grab and snatch. Snatch and...
Yeah, it's just really interesting times that we're going. I can't remember where I was last week, but she's like, "We don't take cash." I was like, "What?" It's like I had my wallet open, like here's the $20. Yeah, no.
It almost feels like you're in that scene of what was that one with the weird Spanish guy and Woody Harrelson? The Coen Brothers movie.
Woody Harrelson. I've seen every Woody Harrelson movie.
What is it called, man? It was the Coen Brothers movie that they won all those awards. It's a really famous scene.
It's not Natural Born Killers, is it?
No. Great movie. No Country for Old Men.
Yeah. Woody Harrelson was in that?
Yeah. There's a scene in it where he's just at this guy's gas station stand and just asking a bunch of questions. And I can imagine him being there like, what do you mean you don't take any fiat? You're a store in America. What's wrong with this? What separates this from that? That's just an Excel spreadsheet. So I have money here and you're unwilling to take it. And then, he does something.
Have you heard the news today about China and Saudi Arabia moving away from the U.S. dollar?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
what are your thoughts on? Are they?
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, you got to understand that, it makes sense for Russia trying to be allies geographically, right? You take that hemisphere, we'll have this one.
Yes, bricks, right? The brick. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
Hmm. So, in that book 1984, they kind of foresaw this natural kind of separating of the universes. It is a cause for concern, right? Dire concern. So don't let my tone not, you know, emphasize the direness of oil being denominated in a different currency. Because if that's the only thing holding this up, then there China is in a George Soros like position with not the Bank of England but the Bank of America, so to speak, and they can snap their fingers whenever they want. And I don't want to see that happen because I'm in Canada. If it's shit for you, it's shit for us. But here we are.
yeah. I was also reading about um the Canada's immigration. Marjorie Taylor Greene was kind of going off on Canadian immigration and saying that with Mexico, and that it will cause more immigrants from Mexico to come into the United States. And I can. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't realize I was
No,
unmuted.
I think that
Yeah.
that could lead. I think the remember we discussed the borders are erasing. I think that's happening. The TPP.
Well,
Like
in order for North America to remain sovereign, it has to coordinate. Does that make sense?
yes, yeah,
Like, America buys most of its lumber from us. For example, that's how we coordinate, right? So, look, you don't think China doesn't want to coordinate with Taiwan because they're going to do it? So it's a geographical, like, there's this term American dynamism. It might as well be North American dynamism.
that's what's moving, isn't it? That's what's happening.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Again, China crossed $2,000 of GDP per capita income in mid 2000. 20 years later, we're seeing the results of that. It just took 20 years to happen. 2 years ago, it was India that crossed 2,000 of GDP per capita income. And now we're seeing the results of that.
Hey, is that correct?
Well,
What you just said, was that correct?
yeah.
All right. I just got to ask the AIs. I got to ask people too. I'm just trying to get in the habit of asking that.
Yeah.
It sounded like it just rolled off the tongue, like you really knew it, but I wasn't sure.
Dude, I talked to a guy in India who's doing the digitization for their largest steel company. And the
Yeah.
first thing he told me was that $2,000 number. I'm like, who cares about $2,000? He's like, oh, that's where China blew up. And so we're expecting, but for the first time in a lot of people in India's genetic lineage, they have money left over at the end of the month. They actually have expendable income.
Yeah. I think
You know?
India is sort of a sleeping beast right now in terms of powers to be reckoned with. Um, be, I mean, they have a massive IT a grip hold, and I know that what's interesting is to see how they will either sort of they're going to be enabled and weaponized in a certain degree with these tools, assuming there's other well here's another issue. The other issue that's happening on the U.S. side is we're going to have greater export control issues, and we're going to be a lot fiercer about exporting IP and that kind of stuff, and be like a hawk about it. That's part of that's reflected in the Resist Act that you can see, which is going after TikTok, actually going after anyone that has more than 1 million users on their product. But yeah, there's some ripple effects, but I do feel like India is promising. China's sort of like let's try to keep the machine running until it doesn't break. China to me is exposed, has much more larger vulnerabilities, just because they're pretty aggressive with their timeline and what they're going to try to achieve. But I don't know if their commerce population is actually there yet on the same degree. But I don't really know those macroeconomics and shit. But yeah, all good. Sweet.
That car is nice, man. I just posted it. It's amazing.
Mm.
I don't even know how I would drive that thing if I owned it. Like,
Put bubble wrap on it because you know it'll get scratched up.
you better not scratch my
I
shit up.
wouldn't scratch it
No.
on purpose. I wouldn't scratch it on purpose for Kenya. You know, shit just be happening sometimes. You know.
Right. I just need to do a GoFundMe now. Like, what do you think that thing's gonna come in? I'm talking to like, not you. Be gone. What do you think? 400,000? What does a Aventador run? 385?
I would imagine it's over.
4?
Because a base Lamborghini is about 3 to 450, you would think.
Out the box, like nothing. Stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Easily 4 then.
Mm-hmm.
Then your one-offs are going to be 5 to 8, maybe 5 to 7, 8,000 million, maybe. Remember what was the one, the Ferrari, the Enzo? Remember that one? That was nice. That one like sold for what, 500? It was like one of the cars went to 1 million easily. That car hasn't aged at all. I mean, that car still looks nice. The Enzo. Shouldn't call it a car. It's like a fine automobile. Car is an insult. It's a fine automobile.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Wow, man, how many videos am I doing?
You're making videos?
Yeah, it's for the trades company, to get people into the electronic security industry. It's all of the lectures and labs, and the whole thing. So now, it's time to start offering it online. So I'm doing all the videos, but I've chopped, because I'm insane and I like punishing myself. I chopped up all of the labs into individual steps and segments, and some of the steps have like 12 steps.
Whoa.
So essentially, it's like 12 videos, with overlays and zooms and diagrams, and I think it's about 10 to 15 labs altogether. So how many is that? If it's 15 times 15, that's 225 videos. Yeah. So just eating the elephant. good. It's nice to work on something that you know there's already demand for.
Yeah, it's called the unfair advantage.
I don't want to build something that's not going to be used. It's a lot of effort. Pre-sale. I remember reading Jeffrey Morris said that like just as important as having a product is to have access to the sales channel. So I was like, yeah, let me work on this. If I'm going to eventually need a sales channel, let me work on this shit at the same time while we build this plane in the air.
I've kind of always been a fan of the group that kind of basically looks for the intersection of acquisition and then shoots for the gap, and they may get it. They don't always do, but they usually get it. Hmm.
So my friend Peter just finished an interview with OpenAI. I wonder how he did.
He interviewed for OpenAI, or he used OpenAI?
Yeah, my friend, my buddy who works at Snapchat, he's trying to get out of Snapchat, and he's interested in working with OpenAI as
Oh
one of
yeah,
their.
I think you mentioned him. He's sick of it, right? The company Snapchat.
Yeah, he doesn't like Snapchat because they favor their engineers versus everybody else.
Where are they out of OpenAI?
So wait a minute. He doesn't like a company that favors engineers, and he's going to OpenAI.
Well, I mean, they're more like ML and data focused. So I think he's trying to be a little bit of a hybrid between uh, he probably wants to work with neural networks probably.
Mm.
Because right now he's in like the marketing team, so he's like a data scientist. If anything, you should
Hmm.
have a conversation with him, Raucus. He does similar things to what you do.
It might be a little over Rock's head.
Maybe, probably.
You guys can nerd out about data stuff.
It can't be any crazier than e-commerce. I mean, that's a different beast.
He says the same thing whenever he talks
I
to me.
know, like that's a different. E-commerce sounds just scary.
Well, I'm slowing down. I'm out of agency work. I'm working at a new company on Monday.
You are?
Yeah, I accepted the offer from Elysium Health. So they're still on Shopify Plus, but they're subscription based and they only have like 5 products right now. So it's definitely not going to be as fast paced as like an agency where I'm on like 5 different freaking projects.
I'm sorry. So you still have the same company, just or different agency?
Different company. So this is a brand. So
Okay.
it's a brand called Elysium Health.
Okay.
So they have like different like products that help with like aging slower and things like that.
Okay.
It's probably like their own mix of vitamins and scientific things I don't understand yet.
Congratulations, man. That's good.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's been a little while, but I held out. I didn't capitulate and said yes to an agency right away again. So that's good.
How long have you been in your were you in your previous role?
I wasn't there for that long. I was there for maybe like 6 months or something like that.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness
yeah,
gracious! Jeez, nice. I love to hear it. That's good. That's
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, like, so before then, I was at another agency. So I've been in agencies for a number of years now.
That's
But
awesome. That's awesome.
but
And you're
yeah,
under.
I've been wanting to go to the brand. I think like the last time I interviewed, I think I made the mistake I chose money over my plan. I didn't follow the plan. That was the problem. Um, I got an offer from a smaller brand, but they didn't offer me as much. And then I chose another agency, which was my last company. But it was a lot of work. So
And you said you chose money over the plan.
yeah, the plan. Yeah, because I worked at another agency called Digital Operative, and then they merged into a larger company called 8560. So they became like giants. Like it was like a fifth.
Dan, your mic's on, buddy.
Oh, sorry, man.
You're good.
I was watching all these guns that, yeah, whatever.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So they basically went from like a 50-person company to like 200 people because like a larger marketing company like just kind of ate them up. The company I was at, the agency I was at, and so like the direction of the company was like very different. Because we were smaller and much of the business was development, so like I felt like the devs had a voice into like where the company was going and like advocating for the developers. But like once we became this like large like marketing heavy company, the moneymaker was marketing, right? And it made sense. I mean, but the problem is that like the team didn't really feel like our thoughts were getting through. We were all getting overworked, and so a lot of us actually ended up leaving the Shopify team. And so because of that, I tried to find another brand. I think like I I got an offer from Tommy John's. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they're like like underwear, apparel, and things like that. But I think at the time they were also a startup and they were looking for someone. But I think like their offer came like too late or something like that. I already signed the other offer at the agency, but um, I got another offer for a smaller brand, um, but it just wasn't interesting. Like they sold like bidets or something like that. Um, so I chose not to do it, but it looked like a really fun company though. It was only like 10 people on the team, but instead of choosing the brand, which was the plan, I chose another agency, and so in hindsight 2020. Probably shouldn't have done that because
Well, no,
it
I
was
mean,
yeah.
you have an opportunity, so you have to take it. Thank God you're in an environment or climate where you can pivot pretty quickly. There's nothing wrong with. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's an opportunity that you have a once in a lifetime opportunity. You've never seen this before in your life. You your mistakes are very forgiving at this point. Um, so yeah, I mean, kudos to you. I mean, that's not a big company philosophy, but just remember, at one point when it was an employer's market. Do you know what I mean? Like that sucked.
Yeah, at that time, like when I was looking for that next like position, that was an employees market, and so I had a lot of choices at that time. And I mean, I got a chance to work some really really cool brands. You know, the Gifts for Good, which like they do like gifting during the holidays, and products that people don't choose to redeem gets donated to a good cause right away. And this is at scale because they're B2B, and so like this is like tens of thousands of dollars that is going to nonprofits, right? So I really like that. And then like I worked on a project called Insect Lore. I don't know if you've ever bought like those butterfly kits or those like insect kits for like kids.
I was
But
going to actually buy a praying mantis kit one year, and we have too many hummingbirds, so we didn't want to see a praying mantis catch a hummingbird and rip its head off, so we decided against it.
yeah, those things are scary once they're big. I used to take them home as when I was in elementary school, and then they would eat all the aphids in the rose garden.
Those suckers can get pretty big. But you worked on that as well.
Yeah, so it's a site. The owner was like really good friends with the agency owner, and so they do the little kits for like butterflies and like beetles and things like that. And so they have like a coupon redemption system because they don't want to lug around like insect eggs, and so there's like this very specific like workflow for generating the coupon codes automatically, and then you pay for them, and then there's a redemption system on the website, and then you kind of input your home address, and it kind of ships it to you. Pretty interesting system. They were pretty like small in budget, but it's for a good cause too for the kids.
Yeah. Yeah. That's really cool. Um, did you see any other turnaround within the time that you were at your previous position? Like, did you see a lot of turnaround, or I know you said there was
So
bought.
I actually chose to leave because they had a round of layoffs at the end. And so in the beginning they were looking to grow, and then like summer sales didn't really go well last year, right? I guess they didn't get as many like retainers or like new projects during the summer. Um, and then they had a round of layoff, and then unfortunately they laid off my project manager and my like account owner.
Was there
um,
overlap because it were there overlapping responsibilities within the
so
company?
I understand the PM part because like unfortunately they weren't like very good. Like not only was I being trained to be technical lead, I was also coding. I was like shadowing another technical lead on larger products like Herschel Supply Co. and like a larger like hospital e-commerce project that was like huge. It was like 9 months in the making or something like that. But like the project manager just wasn't very good at like just like managing the tickets and getting them up to date and communicating with the client. And I felt like it got so bad where um I get that they were like stressed out, but the rest of us were also stressed out. But like in the middle of the project, they took a couple days off, and it was bad because like you lose your project manager, and they were already behind on their work. So it was like me and the UX designer, like project managing in like Google Sheets because we just didn't know where things were. It got really, really bad. Um, and so like, we finished the project and we launched it before like Black Friday. But like after that, I was like super burnt out. And so, just for my mental health and longevity, I chose to step away after that, especially after they let go of the PM, and then someone new had to take over, and there's like a little bit of context switching, and then also the account manager that was on both of my projects got left off, got let go, and so and then like I understand that like in California it's like at will, in most states is the work is at will and they can change the terms and conditions at any time. But I signed on because there were like promises of bonuses, a 401k match, and all these great things, and then all of that went away. So like I wasn't gonna get a bonus, I was not getting a 401k match, um, and I was just super overworked. So I just went back to contract work, set my own schedule, do my own thing. You know, I went back to the plan, right? The plan was to, get a brand or work with a brand specifically, just one project, know it like inside and out, you know, you know, really make an impact on the company rather than just like switch from like one project to another. And I gained a lot of insight. Like, I learned a ton. Like even though the time there wasn't very long, but I learned a ton being able to work closely with and shadow with the technical lead there. Um, and the project were for good causes, so I think it's okay. It worked out. I followed the plan this time. I didn't say yes to an agency.
That's incredible. That's I like hearing that. Um, and I know I have a lot of questions. We are so we've noticed that the time on jobs has decreased from 3 years to about, I think it's under 2 years now, and that changed very, very quickly, almost overnight. Like, that's unprecedented. We haven't seen that. The other thing that we're noticing, the other big problem is we're gathering data for and studying, is that the labor shortage, and that companies are laying off, but the thought is you're laying off people, bodies that you don't have and that you're going to need. And so the thought is that these layoffs, they're making a big mistake because of, we don't have a lot of bodies. Do you know what I mean? Um, and so the layoffs, we're being very careful with watching them, because some of the layoffs, or many of them, are failed projects. Like Disney just laid off, um, I think 7,000, I think, but it's because the metaverse. So they're failed projects, and we're thinking, the thought is that companies will be scrambling to hire these people that they laid off. And one of the things that we're seeing is that the people who are in tech who are getting laid off are finding jobs fairly quickly. I'll say, not very quickly, but you triggered that when you shuffled, when you mentioned that you had been moving in 6 months, and so this great perpetual reshuffling is continuing to happen, if that makes sense. Like, it's not slowing down.
Yeah. And I was reading this article that a study did too, is that like company loyalty, like even if the person is loyal, like just how like upper management kind of like encourages, um I guess, like, how would I put it? Like, they kind of encourage behavior where they take advantage of the person. Like, let's say you're loyal and you work hard and you don't mind putting the extra hour in to push something through, and like because that happens, I think it's just like the way that, especially agencies, they always want more. The more you're willing
Especially
to give, the
agencies.
more they're gonna take, right? And so
Especially
like,
agencies. Yeah, they're the worst.
yeah, and like they did this study where like they put like scenarios of like different people and how they would respond to like extra work. And so like the conclusion to that was that like the managers just like even if it's like a subconscious thing, like they would over time take advantage of the loyal person like more and more and more. I think that's like so unfortunate that's the case, but I don't know how that would change. But uh, I think like what is happening with like Web3 and blockchain and remote work, I think that's really cool. I think smaller teams, especially like I've been trying to see where the founders of Gas App actually do like interviews, because I'm really interested in how they ran their company. So, if you're unfamiliar, the founder, they've created like startups and apps before. That I think the previous app was acquired by Facebook, and then the Gas app got bought by Discord. And so like they're a team of 4 people, and they are the like got acquired for like millions of dollars, and it's like the highest like per founder like amount of money in terms of equity like ever. And so like I think there's going to be more and more of like these really small, tight knit and like lean teams that just like produce like crazy like useful applications.
Gas.
um
It's called Gas App.
Gas app. So it's really interesting because like the idea came from like how social media has this connotation of being like really negative, right? And so the team, they created this idea of like positive social media in the sense that you give like positive like comments and reinforcements to your peers for like high schoolers. And
Is
so like a lot
is
of
it
the
social
teenagers,
media? Is it,
yeah, it's like social media for like high schoolers.
Okay.
And like you would like vote like, oh, like who's most likely to be president one day or something like that. So like we like fun like poll type of like interactions, right? And then you can pay a subscription to get like extra features and things like that. And they were making like a significant amount of revenue. And so like Discord has been growing a lot because of the Web3 space, and everyone uses Discord for that kind of community building. And so Discord wanted to like grow their exposure to like younger demographics, right, like high schoolers and things like that. And so they decided to purchase Gas App to see, basically own that IP and see how they were kind of doing things and targeting that demographic.
So Discord bought it, but you said Facebook.
The founders, I think the team, they created another app prior that was acquired by Facebook. I don't remember the name.
Oh, okay.
So like they have a track record, right? And so like what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to like, I don't know, stalk them a little bit, try to figure out like how they do things, get into their mind a little bit and see processes. I've been also following this lady called I think Marie Poland or Marie Poland. She's the creator of Notion Mastery. And so she does like training and like content for just learning Notion and how to create systems to organize your documentation or just document your life in general. But she makes a really decent living, and her team is only 4 people. So I think they make like 40K a month or something like that in revenue. So it's not like a crazy amount, but it's good enough for like
Heck
a
yeah, for
4-person
4
team.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fascinating that you can have that much output from so few. I mean, you've got to be efficient. Like you know, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, and I think that's why I was interested in her initially, is because like she's very big on like understanding systems, like content creation systems, like content organization systems, and really coming up with your own process for your life, because everyone does a little thing, every little thing, like little everything you do is like a little different from the next person, right? And so she just teaches you ways to organize your life, organize your work, and how to balance that into systems that are like repeatable. And like if something comes to your mind, then you can note it down, organize it in a way where you can actually recall it, right, and make use of it over time. So I see Zach down there. I'm sure Zach is great at those types of systems.
what is
How's
her
it going,
name?
Zach? Her
Marjorie?
name is Marie Poland. Poland. So MariePoLouin. Hold on, let me confirm.
What's going on, team?
What's going on?
I am on duty for the day, so I'm just sitting here for the next 24 hours.
It's called semi-automatic because we thought about a staffing agency that had semi-autistic candidates.
Well, what if they were semi-autistic and they were all named Matt?
Uh-huh. It would make the resumes a lot easier.
Mike, are you listening to what Rocky said? What the?
I can't. The only person I hear is Mike.
Oh no, I mean, Rocky was explaining his new position, and I was wondering if Mike was taking note of how this shuffling is still going on. And
Are you kidding me? I was trying to get Rocky placed in here. My employer just didn't move fast enough.
yeah, it's
I'm on
fascinating.
the front line of the shuffle. I see it.
Where
Yeah,
you working now, Rocky?
I just accepted a new role at Elysium Health, so they're a Series D startup.
Tell them what they sell though.
I don't know the details. Okay, well, I just know that they sell like they call it like just like health supplements that help with like biological aging, and they have like a science team and all of that, and they have studies. It's pretty interesting. I don't know all of the terms, but I'm gonna learn it next week when I start.
What's your new position?
Senior front end engineer.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I'll
Um,
still be working with Shopify. They're on Shopify Plus. They're looking to expand into Canada and most likely have like French translations. And so I've done horizontal scaling before, and so I think it'll be good to make high impact implementations on there. And they're like specifically looking for like very like fancy high end because they want to be like a high end brand, right? A lot of like the landing pages, I'm thinking like more like Nike kind of feel of like interactions. And it's hard to make pills look cool, but if you look at their imagery, the designer did a really good job on their site so far.
what's it called again? Or can you just DM me the site?
Yeah, I can DM it to you.
It's the Lamborghini Revuelto. Marcus, have you ever seen the Lamborghini Cavalito?
I have not. Oh, maybe I have. I'm obsessed with
Yep.
Lamborghini, so
Yeah. I'm going to put it to the top. It's the Lamborghini Cavalito, or the
Oh,
Lamborghini made from
you're
Ethernet
such an
cable.
idiot, Mike. I know exactly what you're about to post.
and Zach, you're right. The C8 is beautiful, and it's a great value. I just question, and I would definitely get one. Want to own one, but I question the mid-engine technology for. I mean, they're new to it. And I think Porsche would be much better bang for the buck since they've been doing mid-engine for a long time. And um,
Yeah, but here's my thing with like Lamborghinis and a lot of those like supercars is you're really only buying it for the look, right? Like the Lotus kit car, 80% of the time it's the look. Like how many times are you going to take your Lamborghini,
uh,
your 1,000 horsepower
no.
Lamborghini out to a track?
I may be different, but the reason why I would say the Porsche because I would buy it for strictly for the performance in the engine, for for hugging the road, for the engineering. That's if I had the money, I would definitely pick a 911 over the Corvette
But
because of the. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm saying compared to the Lamborghinis and the other supercars, I don't put a 911 or
No,
those
you're right. But
high
for the Lamborghini,
performance vehicles on the same platform as like those supercar body style vehicles.
you're right. But for the and I really have a good respect for Ferrari, but I believe that Lamborghini performs. The performance for me is just, and my wife will tell you, it's just that's where it is for me. The dynamics, the steering, the way it hugs the road, the way goes into the corners, the body roll, all of that is just an art and a chemistry and a style and engineering, and that's what I love about it. Um, and and I guess just me personally. I've always just liked both of those, Lamborghini and Ferrari. But Ferraris, their quality is just not there. Um, I mean, I love Enzo, but the quality is just not. It's just to me, it's just not there. And I don't like every Lamborghini, like the Urus. I don't like it at all. But the Huracan, I do like. I think that's like a great car, great vehicle. But you know, I was telling Mike I did not like the Aventador style. It just it ran too long. What did it run, like 10 years? I hate it. I just did not like the style of that vehicle. But just the engine, man, that thing is it's just it's phenomenal vehicle. Sorry if I sucked all the air out of the room.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed that we were late to importing Rocky. But Rocky, it's not, Rocky's first time handling multiple jobs. So, Rocky, uh, if you get another offer, how would you feel about doing two jobs at the same time?
We still got his business. He should be fine. He still has his business. He's
young, right?
huh?
He's young.
Yeah, he's young. I mean, he's ahead of the curve. You know, he's got his own business. He's working
He
for.
is the curve.
He is. I mean, yeah, that guy is always going to have $5 to let somebody borrow. How dare you not give the homeless guy change out of your pocket? How dare you? Five, I'll give $1. Rocky will give like five. That's
Yeah, he's in California. He has to prove his morality
he
more
does.
than you do, right? It's like it's kind of like praying in the streets, right? It's like a high art form.
I don't know why people have such like a thing against giving money to homeless people.
My mom used to buy like cheeseburgers on her lunch and then hand them out.
I hate when people do that. Just give them money.
Yeah, my brother is like that. He's like, he promotes, go buy some alcohol, get high, have fun. Like on the week, you know what I mean? Like he'll give them enough money to go buy a case of beer or something, and it's like he's always been that way. And it's kind of funny when he's when someone homeless asks him for money, and if we're out walking in the club and there's homeless people and we're out partying, he's like, yeah, man, go, go party. And,
The way I look at it is giving or not giving says something about me. What they do with it says something about them. So I don't really care after it's done saying something about me.
yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. That's fair. Why micromanage how they're going to spend it, the money? You know what I mean? Just give it.
Yeah, I just I had a friend who was just like, "Oh, I just go and buy them food because, and I'm like, "Well, what if they need meds for their children?" And he was just like, I was like, "What if they're begging for like insulin shots for their kid?" And he was just like, uh, "Why didn't they put that on the sign?" I was like, "Would it have changed you giving them a burger because you already went and bought it for them?" So, um, like if someone has a sign that says, food, need food, then yeah, I'll give them food if I have extra and I don't have cash. But anyway, the Cabolini is so stupid, Mike.
That's
You knew what he
that's
was
one of my
talking about.
favorite.
You knew what he was talking about when he said.
I knew exactly what he was talking about. It was like the first week or two that generative like AI came up, and I don't know
Hmm.
how we got talking about it, and then all of a sudden he was in his cabling class mode that he just like has completely moved on from cabling, but he was in this mode of just thinking all about cabling. I think it was right after you went to some convention and had a bunch of video about people cabling, and I was like, all right, this is the Mike we know now. He's Cable Mike, and it ended up being a Lamborghini cable mix. So, I mean, look at that now, and then look at what we have for generative like AI. Like, it's only been months, and now like, if you went and redid it, just be like AI when it first started, AI now. Rocky, you had your hand up.
Oh yeah, I had a comment on the giving money thing. So a friend of mine, his name is Charlie. What he does is it's pretty cool. I like what he does. Is he kind of like makes these like um he calls them like TLC kits, like tender love and care. Um, but like they're like plastic bags. Has like a bottle of water in it. It has like a map of like resources, like local resources. Like either like food courts that people can go to, or like job centers. And then it has cash in it. But it has like a pair of socks, and just like a care kit. And then he actually passes it out to our friend groups and be like, hey, if you run into someone who needs cash, just give this to them, right? I thought that was really really cool that he kind of started that. That was kind of like his like uh mini like passion project that he did, and so some of us like got the idea and we started doing that regularly as well, and so that was kind of cool.
That's very kind, especially taking the time to buy the supplies and the money, and so that the time is valuable. So that's cool.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I really like too is just like providing the just like the resources too, because people like sometimes might not be aware of it. um they can get the help that they need, because like part of it is of course like fulfilling that immediate need, but also like helping people break out of the cycle if they can. And I think not everyone can do that like by themselves, um and so every little bit helps. So what do you guys think of all this what is it, the Elon and all these people saying that they should stop AI research after
It's bullshit.
GPT-4?
I missed that. What happened?
It's not stop, it's just pause. But
They want to put a pause. It's some letter by the Freedom of Life Institute or something like that. But they want to put a pause on AI development for 6 months, like so we can have a summer of love versus having the summer of mad fucking mayhem like we've been having every fucking day of the week. And I'm like, I don't really know why, but it's got a bunch of CEO fuckers on there like Elon and the gang, and they all want to. I'm like, everybody on this fucking list, makes 6.4 billion a year. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm a little jazzed up on it. So obviously, I'm opposite. Yeah,
tell me how you really feel, Dan.
yeah. I think it's bullshit. Nothing can happen in 6 months. Um, and I think if they can't multitask, well, that was invented 20 fucking years ago or more. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
You mean
But
in the
it
next?
does.
You mean in the
It could.
next 6 months, I'm not going to be able to watch Congress ask Sam Altman if OpenAI can access the Wi-Fi in my house?
Well, what's interesting, I mean, it's going to get to Congress eventually. This, no doubt. I mean, AI governance will definitely happen, but it's not going to be here until like 28, 2029, after we, have a horrific freaking incident from it for the most part. Or, you know, it'll be like, first AI decides to, first AI walks and mauls down shooting. Like, as soon as it does something like that, you'll have an issue. But I don't know. It's
Who do you think is going to be the Sam Bankman-Fried of AI?
the Sam Bankman-Fried of AI.
Yeah, like
Um,
who's gonna build the thing that
that
like
fucks everybody over.
that knocks over the Jenga blocks?
Well, right now, OpenAI is probably in the best position for it. Google's definitely not going to go there because they understand antitrust and governmental supports and concerns at a much higher level, I think, than OpenAI. So right now, OpenAI is poised for the biggest liability in terms of potentially their pace. It's also interesting that Elon, as an initial investor, I mean, he wasn't necessarily touted around as like just an angel in the deal. Like, it was his fucking deal. So for him to be so like, oh my goodness, wait a minute, are you telling me the thing that I invested 700 million into is potentially not. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
that's all bullshit.
wasn't it? He got out when it went from non-profit to
Come
for-profit.
on, you get out. Let's explain that exactly. By the time you getting out, you're already well underway as to what you know you were in and what it is going to. So to say that he got out before it went to profit, big fucking deal. He was there at the base. He knows where it was going. He was a proponent for that. For him to basically clean his character for another narrative, that's another story. But that's what I mean,
Do you think it's
it's
interesting that Sam has no equity in the company?
is it interesting that Sam has no equity in the company?
Yeah, like Altman has
Who
no equity.
cares?
Well, that's not too surprising because it could be something else going on. Make no mistake, it's not about equity. That guy is paid for life. He doesn't have to don't look to me that doesn't tell a story. Like if you think that tells a story, go for it. He's going to get his exit and money just like Elon will. It's not like Elon's not going to
So
benefit, even though he supposedly got
Dan,
out. You know what I'm
Dan,
saying? And the other thing too about Elon is that he's a closed character when it comes to software development. Like he's charging 42 grand a month for the Twitter API feed, of which nobody can afford. So he's basically outpricing it so that no one can do it. Why? Because right now his product is a piece of shit and he's got to rebuild it. He doesn't really want to take on. So in a lot of ways, for much as he's opening an AI, he's telling you that no one can afford it. And in the end, he's really not known for anything open with AIs. Now he did give away his patents early on, but some of those patents are really base, obvious patents that only helped other people to actually mass produce batteries, which only helped him in the end game. In other words, he gave out the critical patents that actually helped create the infrastructure and logistics that he himself needed to benefit his own game. He wanted other people to benefit. Yeah, he could share the pie. I got 40 billion. I'll give you 5 billion. You know what I mean?
So Dan,
So
you said earlier,
yeah,
you said I wasn't sure what you said. Because I don't know if I heard it correctly.
yeah, that's fine. I get that a lot.
Did you say AI governance or AI
Yeah.
government?
No. Well, there'll be AI governance. We will have AI laws. We will have governance over AI systems. There'll be a transparency AI like
Could they
act,
establish
and
an
there'll be the
AI
right to sort of
government?
do. I don't think it's so much AI government; it's governance. In order, it's like compliance. All right, meaning is this building
But
compliant?
wouldn't the natural next step be government?
Not necessarily. Just because we have cameras that can tell me if the building's on fire doesn't mean the cameras own the system. You know what
They
I
can
mean?
shut off
I mean, governance.
the sprinklers to keep the fire going.
Look, I mean, we don't want to go government per se, and the government really doesn't want to go government either. You're going to have an organization. Oh, this is probably a bad analogy for everybody out there. There's going to be like a CDC of AI. It's going to have a rules
That's a
committee and all
great
these things.
analogy.
Well, and that's exactly where it's going to go. Because in a lot of ways, it has to. It's the same thing with that's going to happen with augmented reality. We're going to have standards and rules so that we have the right to know if our reality is augmented or not. You know what I mean? That's going to
But
happen.
if they're making the
And
rules, you think they're going to give us that kind of latitude? Honest to God.
well, I mean, I'm not like they need us. We're the machine, man. If we don't consume, if we don't abide, if we don't adopt, the whole thing fucking falls apart.
Yeah,
So I'm
I
not
do
worried
believe that.
about
I do
that.
believe
And we
that.
already know from things like TikTok and Snapchat and social networks and memes and fail videos and all this shit. Like we already have the pattern down on how behavior works with consumers and population, and we know it by every demographic. We know that this group is more like festerous. They'll burn their money to the end. We know that these people are more high end. In fact, they don't even want to be associated with the low end. And then we have this audience over here that's even higher than that, and everybody's going to get their piece, and some players are going to be at the table for each one of them, right? Which is Google for sure, Apple for sure, Microsoft to an extent for sure. It depends. They don't have they have an interesting advantage with OpenAI in terms of a compelling
Do you
alternative
put Walmart
to
at that
what Google
table?
has for sure. But Google has a lot
Do you put
underneath their
Do you put
base that
Walmart
is
at
going to
that
be
table?
impressive. I'm
Do you
sorry?
put Walmart at that table?
Walmart. Walmart is an interesting player because this. I mean, here's the. Well, I was just talking tonight about the most clouded player I see is Amazon. I don't really see what they're going to do per se. And Walmart, it's interesting. Walmart actually be in a really good position to potentially fight with Amazon in terms of the commerce side of things. And that might be an
Absolutely.
interesting. There'll be a player that will work with Google on a larger scale. The question is, will it be a Walmart or will it be a Amazon? And what I mean by that is when you're doing your searches, and by the way, Bing just announced this. So Bing is Microsoft is doing the exact same thing, which is you'll do your query of interest, right? And then on Google, you get options. You have the option to do a Google search right there, and guess what? You're going to see the first ad right there. And Bing shows it. Bing shows the
So
exact same
nobody's
interface.
logging
There's the
in, I
ad.
hope, in this room, if you guys are smart enough and putting your voice on AI chat.
Oh, I've done that already. I cloned my voice a couple times. That's fine. It's fun. I mean, it's an impressive scene.
I mean,
Yeah, I'd be
my
interested.
my
Why
voice is
not?
already out there on the internet to be found anyway. It's
Yeah, I
not
was
it's
gonna
not
say
like
why.
it's not like that somebody can't go find. I mean, I used to be on a podcast. There's hours and hours and hours of audio to be sampled if somebody needs to clone my voice for anything. The,
So
Yeah, why not,
where do
Sile?
you find privacy in all this?
What do you mean?
And there's no privacy in any of this. Like
Sure, there is.
in AI.
I mean, you have a selective privacy now. I'm selectively at home, rather feeling private. Sure, my internet's going
Yeah,
on.
but AI is going
People
to
know
do
where I
cross
am.
references to
All the ads do.
everything that we can't do in milliseconds. And what's going to wind up happening is it's like the ultimate dox is my theory.
I mean, that's sure a theory. I don't have anything on that one.
It's crazy. It's going to get even worse.
I don't know, man. I don't know that it's going to get worse. Maybe we're actually at as bad as it gets right now. And I know that sounds maybe silly to say from some perspectives, but the beginning of any technological shift is pretty rocky. So I don't know. I don't necessarily. I don't think it just automatically follows that because these things are getting more powerful and that it's just automatically going to continue to whatever. Like I don't think it's going to not change the forces that are at work in society. And sometimes I feel like there's a lot of uh, like, oh well, now that AI is here, it's just going to get used to do the same old stuff that everybody's always done, and that's keeping the little man down. And I think there's obviously the people that want to keep the little man down. They still have that motive. Yeah, they're going to use this stuff for that purpose, but I don't know. I think we actually have a pretty good chance, or maybe not a pretty good chance, but I think that there's a reasonable pathway over the next little bit for privacy to get better because of AI, not worse. And it's
If I can turn it back towards sort of the intrusiveness, right? Yeah, I would agree with you. But the problem is that intrusiveness, the ground's been laid. I mean, all the data's out there, right? We've all done it, myself included, and we put ourselves at risk, not thinking about really the repercussions of what would happen if something that with the power of AI and thinking about, in the most recent years, I mean, it's incredible how much information has suddenly become a weapon, and it has. And if anybody says it hasn't, I mean, I'd love to hear your argument.
I mean, I would only disagree with the word become. It's not that information has ever not been a weapon. Um,
Well, perhaps maybe the better way to put it is the weapon is now stripping you of, your job, possibly your family, possibly your freedom. I mean, there are a lot of things that are being compromised with. And I mean, let's just take the concept of this thing called swatting. I know little about it other than apparently they call the police on somebody and they put somebody in a very precarious situation that has nothing to do with anything on a call to the police, but the police show up and they've killed people doing that. And that's pretty scary shit. So I'm thinking, let's compress that whole idea I just described into an AI situation. And I mean, what's next?
The only
Okay.
problem with the argument is that you can do that today without AI. So,
Yeah,
Right.
like,
and
But if AI
I
just
mean,
automates it, the fuck, dude?
okay. Well,
I mean,
what if AI automates the
you
defense
can't.
for that?
How do you stop that?
What
I
if
mean,
AI is what you
it,
use to automate the defense for that? Something that when
I
you
agree with
call
you.
911,
I agree with you.
instead of it not being screened, it's like, oh well, this comes from this line, and these chuckle monkeys have been doing crank calls all day, and now they decided to call 911.
My
So
question is the funding there to combat that, number one, right? Or is it supporting a bias, right? That supports sort of the insanity of what's going on, right? That's going to bleed into AI development. It's going to. You can't argue with that. It's kind of it's already going that way. Have you guys argued with Chat AI yet? I have. And if you haven't seen the bias,
yeah, I have.
I mean, it's fucked
It's a
up.
blast. Well, I mean, it can be if you're fucked up.
but that's
That's
not
part of
its
it.
bias.
You know
That's
what's really
that's our
interesting about the
bias.
AI is that the minute you picked it up and used it, it figured out your demographics of who you
No, no,
are,
no, no. It's
and then
programmed that
in the
way.
first 3 hours of you
Absolutely
using
programmed
the
that way.
tool, it actually figures out your like who you are and
No,
shit.
there's
So you kind of
basic
reveal who
premises
you
in
are when you
AI.
use it. You know.
There's basic premises in AI that are being programmed in. Go to Chat GPT, GPC or whatever the hell it is, and go try to say that trans people aren't violent. Just see what they say. Just try that. See what happens.
I don't need to, man. I know that you've got the conviction in your answer. I'm assuming it's indicative of what you
But
want.
No,
you
it's
got to
not
under.
what I want. It's what they want. I mean,
But
if
no,
AI is going to
no.
be programmed to be put in front of me,
You're gonna have to march on Congress, man. I don't know what you want to
So
do.
the
march on Congress.
you're talking about the AI as if it's something that's got its own identity, entity, and ideas, and it doesn't.
No, no,
It
no, it
it
doesn't.
has it has our like when it has bias that you're seeing in that system. Sure, some of it's like these guardrails that they're putting on after the fact, but honestly, I think a lot of that is just inherent in the training data. The training data, it's trained on us, our data, how we talk to each other, how we communicate with each other. And all of the stuff that is latent within that, it picks up on. So, is it biased? Sure. But it's not biased because it's got some sort of ulterior motive in and of itself. It's biased because we are.
No, I disagree with that on one particular principle. We can change our mind.
It doesn't have a mind.
That's my point.
Yeah. So
We are the
so when
only
you're
ones
when
that
you're talking
can.
about but
So
when you're
what I'm
talking about
saying
its
is
bias, you're talking about
pursuing.
our bias. It's a mirror. It's not a lens. It's a mirror.
But it's not.
It's a fuzzy mirror. It's a mirror that's got
It's
some
a black
distortion
mirror.
because of
It's
no,
a
it's
black
a
mirror.
distorted mirror. It's a distorted mirror. It's too easy to look at these things and try to put them firmly in some sort of a good bad yes no black white type of a deal. But that's not really the reality. That's not the reality
No.
because that's not our reality. You know, it's a big averager. It's taking the average of what we think and say in the training data. If we want to remove bias from it, we'd have to train it on something that doesn't have bias in it.
So we're going to dumb ourselves down yet again.
What makes you think we're dumber?
Let's go back to the average.
Sure. I mean, like
Ooh,
let's
that's a record question. He's all on
we
averages.
we
Kidding me.
can talk about how the average IQ of most people on the planet has been increasing over time. If
You
anything,
can make
we're
an argument, but
we're smarter. But
hold on a second. Hold on a second. AI is what you just said does not support that premise at all.
I don't. I'm not sure how you're what you're saying.
You said that it tends towards the average. So if we're going to take AI and it tends towards the average, and as powerful as it can be, you're telling me that we should all just tend towards the average, and this AI is going to somehow
You're talking about
tend towards
average, and
the average,
we're
and
you're
we're not going to exceed the average. We're just going to that's how we're going to deal with AI.
you're talking about average with an automatic viewpoint of a less than or better than kind of
No, I'm
a
talking about the
scenario.
bell curve.
Well, an average can be all sorts of different things. And maybe average isn't the word that we should be using. Maybe we can talk about some sort of generalized idea space, because that's what I think they are.
Tends towards the center
No, again, I mean, like
politically.
you've got you're trying to apply some sort of a plus minus viewpoint on something that is purely gradational. You're talking about yes, no for something that doesn't have yes, no answers. It's only a billion maybes, a billion in betweens.
So
And so
how does AI, because you obviously sound like you know more about this than I do.
I mean,
How does AI distill down amongst the maybes that there's an answer?
there isn't one. That's the whole. I mean, it's a non-deterministic system. It doesn't have an answer. It all it can do is show you a bunch of averages, a bunch of possible averages. In the same way that if I gave you a pile of data, and it's, let's just say that all those, you've got 1,000 values and they're all a number between 1 and 10, but 5 isn't actually in that number set at all. You can have an average that's derived from a set of data that doesn't actually exist within that data,
Yeah, I
right?
get it. I get
Yeah.
it.
So I mean, like, we want an answer. Sure, it's all well and good for us to want an answer, but that's not how the system works.
But I
It
don't want an
provides.
answer. I mean, they're using AI to communicate with us on decisions we're making. We are making.
And like for me, like I just use it as a tool, right? So for example, like I'm a developer, right? And I use it to help generate like boilerplate quickly. Like that, like instead of taking like 30 minutes to do something, it's going to take me 5 minutes, right? If an answer that, like, I'm not using it as my source of truth, I'm just using it as a stepping stone to get to 10, right? So let's say your range is, from 1 to 10, it gives you 5, but it gives you 5 in like seconds instead of minutes, right? And so you start with that 5 as your base and you get to your 10, right? It's just another
That's
tool
linear,
that you're
though.
using.
That's linear. You're talking about actually using it as a tool. I get that. That's a totally different application.
Yeah, and I'm not saying people should be using this as like their source of truth. They shouldn't. It, like, what Junaid was saying is it's just a model that takes averages and gives out um, you know, a summary of information that we've
So,
gathered
so
on the
what's
internet.
crazy though is that people are. I mean, human beings by nature are curious, right? And what are they doing? They're doing exactly what I'm telling you they're doing. I mean, that's the crazy thing. And you guys, I mean, look, having altruistic uh, ideation, there's nothing wrong with that. It's beautiful, right? Look, you cut my work in half. Fuck yeah, sign me up for AI. We start talking about truth. I mean, I remember way back when, it was maybe what, 4 or 5 years ago, when Zuck decided he was going to have his two AI chatbots and they started talking to each other and they started speaking their own language. I remember that. I don't know if you guys remember that, but they were having their own language. They had actually derived out of their programming into their own language, into their own world. That's the shit I worry about. I actually sent them a letter. I said, "Don't do it. Shut it down."
What scares you about that? Why does it scare you that two things that have a bunch of data can come up with a way to communicate with each other that's novel?
Because they
What is
didn't
it
know
that's
what they were
scary about that?
saying. They had no idea what they were saying.
That
They
so
created their own new language.
I mean, a
I
lot of
do
like
remember the story you're talking about, and they did come up with some new protocol for being able to communicate, but that wasn't the same as the people who made it had no idea what they were
No,
saying.
no, it was unintended consequence. I get that. Not. There's not. I'm not saying anything's wrong been
Well,
done.
nor was it opaque though. Those researchers weren't like, oh, we have no idea what this thing is doing. They were just like, oh wow, look at this. It's found a new
No,
way to
they had no idea
communicate.
what they was doing. It created its own new language.
Yeah, I get that, and they were able to decipher what that language was. It wasn't
No,
it what it wasn't
I
a
never saw anything beyond that because it shut down so fast.
okay. I mean, perhaps go back and
Prove
Google,
me otherwise. I mean, because you and I are
but
both making statements, right?
no, I don't. I'm not making a statement. You've made the statement that a thing that they didn't know what it was. So I'm saying that is not my recollection of it. If you would like for me to whatever, I don't want to use the word believe, but if you would like that information to be in my brain, it is actually on you to tell me where the information is, not for me to refute it. Uh,
He shut it down
you don't
so
prove it.
fast. I think it was 48 hours. It was gone. I mean, it was a pretty big deal, and they knew they should shut it down. They did. They made a big mistake. God only knows what they created. And look, I'm not putting down AI because I do think there's application. I think Rocky brought up some great points. I'm just saying we got to be really careful with this shit, dude.
Are you saying I had no good points at all? I mean, as a blue check mark in here, the only one on the stage, I feel slightly offended, but I'm cool.
Hey, look, I don't have a check mark because I've been here longer than you. So if you want to pull that card,
Yeah, I doubt that.
go look.
Oh, wait a minute.
I
2008? Why don't you have a check
I
mark?
I,
Dude,
uh,
you're not going to be
I think
verified.
we ought to be rationally concerned, and I think that there's a lot of stuff that people get into their brain that triggers a fear response that is simply not rational and oftentimes not based on an accurate understanding of what happened. And there's so much of that that's going on right now when it comes to AI and what it can do, and what it's going to do to us. People are talking about these things as if we've already arrived at like powerful sentient AI, and we're not. If anything, most of the concerns that people have about AI, they almost seem like they're the concerns that you should have about AGI, but they're looking at it from like a, I don't know how to put this. We've got so many things that we already do to each other. Forget whether we've got AI. Everybody's concerned about AI in and of its own self. I don't care about AI in and of its own self because I think we're so far away from agency, from consciousness, from sentience that none of that stuff matters. The idea that a couple of AI systems like invented their own language, big deal, honestly. What's a bigger deal to me is that powerful organizations can use these narrow but powerful AIs on us. And that's a way more big concern to me than like this almost theoretical thing of like, well, what if it gets away from us? And turns everything into paper clips or decides the best way to eliminate human suffering is just to murder us all. Those are like such outlandish, nonsensical types of pathways that I just don't feel like, I don't know. I feel like I have to push back on them when I hear people saying those things, because it's like, if people understood how little we actually understood about consciousness, cognition, and sentience, so many of these concerns that people have about AI would just vanish. But we're so far away from that. And the idea that we're going to like accidentally, come up with like super powerful AGI while we're piddling around playing with these weaker AIs, I just don't see it, man. Like we're gonna get a lot of AIs that are very, very powerful in some domain or some accumulation of domains. But uh, you know, you, if you thought about the way that human consciousness works, it probably has like 750,000 different models going on, running simultaneously in our brains right now. And right now we're looking at like the most powerful things in the AI are like a model that can sometimes talk to a couple other models. We're so far off from all the scary stuff when it comes to autonomous AI, AGI, that stuff. What we ought to be concerned about is, and I think you're right to be concerned about privacy and things like that, but those are real issues right now, and actually have been for years now. So anyway, yeah, I'm not unconcerned, but I want my concern to always be based in a rational understanding, and not just what I want to be true or what I misunderstand as the case. So I'll shut up now.
That's totally fair, and I absolutely agree with you. Look, there's no call for chaos and madness. It's more of a, there's a big concern, right, in my mind. I think it's a high level conversation we're having here. It's not like everybody would jump in this room and go, "Yeah, let's get inside this and really understand what we're talking about." Yeah, the current humanity is a bigger issue than AI, right? And AI is not going to solve that, or may impact it in you know sort of the periphery, but it's not really going to cause any major upheaval in society. It's just, down the road, I can only imagine what my kids have to deal with. That's what I worry about.
Yeah, I think for me what it does is, if anything, it shines a light, holds up that mirror to us so that we can, I don't know, uh, do a better job of mitigating the the darker aspects of our own nature. But it's not gonna solve all our problems, and it's not gonna whatever create nothing but problems. It's just an extension of us, and if we want to guide it in the right direction, we have to understand that what we're really doing is trying to guide ourselves in the right direction. Um, at least that's my perspective, the way I try to think about it.
No, it's well said, and I appreciate that. I do. All right, next subject. Did we put everybody to sleep?
How how about that the Starship? Is that what they're still calling it? The big huge rocket? Aren't they supposed to launch that thing? Did that happen yet? What's going on?
I'm not following that, so I don't know. I did see the market go up today, and I'm sure a lot of people that are FinTwits are pretty happy or pretty upset.
I made a Chrome extension for my computer that turns my cursor into a small fly. So
That's
that's
pretty
new.
cool. It's funny. I had a freaking fly on my computer screen yesterday. It was bugging the shit out of me. It kept going all over the place. I was looking for a freaking fly swatter, and then I was just like, shit, fuck it. but it kept flying around all damn day long. And it was a huge fly. It wasn't like a small fly. It was really big. That's the honest truth. Not bullshitting.
All right, y'all. Have a good evening. These puppies demanded my attention.
Later. See ya. I'm out.
It's that time, people. We're all waving goodbye. Goodbye, and thanks for the conversation. It's now that time for the last of Alaskoshi. That's right. Doing the voice of Alaskoshi will be Dan. What's going on, guys? How you doing? I don't know. He's not talking. He's not on the stage. I am gonna go and watch this Martin Shkreli's doing a Snapchat stock review. I gotta watch that, see what happens. And probably be on later. Catch you guys on the flip side. I'm gonna be streaming maybe tomorrow on Twitch. So yeah, you're like, Dan, what's that about? Well, it looks like I've got a bit of an open day. I'm gonna try to get this DJ thing going. Maybe do a little streaming. Although I really should focus. But my brain is like, man, we need to go play chess, play backgammon, or like lay in the field for a little bit because we got a little too much brain activity happening here. Need some stretch activity. And music's a good place to go. Anything creative, drawing, even like staring at clouds. It's good for you. All right, man. Talk to you all online. Ciao. Oops. I did it again.